sports fans, and welcome to another edition of Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. It is the Saturday morning extravaganza, and we are going and blowing, folks. No one is safe while we troll the digital airwaves. Join us as we discuss the latest news in the world of sports and review the events of the past week. No fantasy sports here. We keep it real. And you need to remember, because of such, we kill brain cells, and we just might be the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. You have been warned. We are repetitive and redundant. We are the internet's ongoing traffic wreck, and we carry more water for sports than Depends can handle. And of course, I will have my pundits joining me shortly. You see at the bottom, we've been posting it for a little bit. We've had the account open forever, but if you want to give us a little bit of love, maybe a little bit of thank you, that way I can, hand it out to the other co-hosts. But we do have our Patreon link down at the bottom. But more importantly, we would appreciate a like on the episode. That is super important, but it is all good in the hood, folks. We're going to get to it. We have quite a bit. I'm absolutely thrilled that we have power this morning. We lost power overnight. The wind, we had a wind event, and we're actually still in the wind event, even though everything is a bit calm right now. But we had winds hitting 65 miles an hour last night. That's fast. And, you could feel the pressure in the house. It was really something. So it was an exciting night. I am tired, but since the program is live, let's get to it. I was up most of the night. There was stuff flying all about in the yard. My kitties are still here, so they didn't fly away. It was no Kansas moment. And ask you to forgive me, I had to take a quick hit of the cup of joe. But taking a look at weather, it is 55 degrees right now. We're going to have an overnight low of 47. There's no rain in the forecast. Lots of wind. Ugh. Man, it really was something. Actually, we're going to have a high of 68. Overnight low of 47. Humidity is 25%. Pressure is exactly 30.00 inches. Visibility is 9 miles. There are a few clouds out there. Wind at the moment is 12 miles an hour heading to the southwest with a slight southerly orientation. I know, southwest, southerly orientation. Yeah, whatever. Dew point is at 20 degrees as of this hour at 6:03 a.m. Pacific time. It is a UV index of 0.10, and our moon phase is a waning gibbous. So we are going, and we already have a few comments. Good morning, Tony! Heck yeah, good morning. Hope you did well in the playoffs. I haven't been online. It's tax season, unfortunately, so got a lot going on right there. And Tony, thank you for the love. Young man, there it is. Had to stick it in there. Federation of Planets. I love the seal for the Federation of Planets. But it's great. A lot of good football. I thought I went 0 for 6, man. It was something. I just thought I did so badly this round, but I ended up 4-2. I think the numbers are cooked. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Last night, my wife and I watched 2 movies back to back. Obviously, this is a joke because it wouldn't happen. Actually, maybe back to back. Yeah, with pistols and then all the steps. Yeah, anyway. Last night, my wife and I watched 2 movies back to back. Fortunately for me, I was the one who was facing the television. Ho-ho! Take it as you will. That's the opening joke, folks. Hope you like it. On this day in sports history, it's actually a bit quiet, but let me get to it right now. Actually, we have some Hall of Fame stuff coming up. Yeah, the Hall of Fame class is introduced. Oh, wait a minute. Was it introduced on the 20th? Oh, man. Have I been really that far gone? I got distracted. Oh, it's going to be announced on the 25th. I am so sorry. Okay. Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. I don't know why it was announced I had it on the 20th, but whatever. So it threw me. I am so sorry. I'm all over the place. What a shock. All right, back in 1988, defending champion Mike Tyson beats former title holder Larry Holmes by TKO in round 4 at Convention Center in Atlantic City to retain his undisputed heavyweight title. Back in 1998, Ricky Henderson rejoins Oakland Athletics for the 4th time. And back in 2012, the NFC Championship, Candlestick Park, for those of us that remember, the New York Giants beat the San Francisco 49ers 20-17 in overtime. Quick look at the birthdays for today. Mike Bossy, Canadian Hall of Famer, right wing Stanley Cup 1980-83, Conn Smythe Trophy, 7-time National League All-Star, New York Islanders, born in Montreal, Quebec. Congratulations to him. Abraham Olano, Spanish cyclist, born in Oñata, Spain. Oñata. Anoeta. I like it. Back in 1974, Stephanie Rodier, but Dutch tennis player, born in Sint Niklaas, Belgium, was born today. Oh, kind of cool stuff. Got that out of the way. Let me get the history stuff, and we're good. Quick look at the PGA. Right now, La Quinta Country Club in La Quinta, California. It's going from January 20th to the 23rd. Right now, as per the Rolex full leaderboard, Patrick Cantlay is minus 14, Tom Hogue minus 3, Will Zalatorius minus 12, Lanto Griffin minus 12, Grayson Sigg minus 12, and Cameron Young 12, Joseph Bramlett minus 12, and coming in tied for 8th at minus 11 at 133, Sam Ryder, Roger Sloan, Zach Johnson, Paul Bourgeon, and then we have a bunch of other people tied for 12th. So that's a quick look at the PGA. Ooh, slipped there a moment. Let's see if the ladies have something going on right now, and yes, they do. Stockton Seaview Hotel and Golf Club, Stockton, not in California, but in Galloway, New Jersey. And I'm wrong because that event passed. There is not an LPGA event right now. So we covered the golf stuff. And speaking of covering the golf stuff.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, Speedy. How are you, young man? I know you've been working hard, diligently, professionally. Many words that I would never use for myself. How did inventory go?
Oh well, we got it done. You know, it was a lot better this year than it was last year because let me tell you, I hadn't scanned items for inventory in a few years. But it was great. We got it done in 3 hours. We didn't have to do it twice like we did last year. That sucked.
So you did it in 3 hours?
Yeah, we were done by 10 o'clock in the morning.
So where the hell were you?
Well, they had told us that donuts and Panera Bread was coming, so I stuck around because I thought they were coming. 45 minutes later, I'm like, well, it's already almost going to be 10 o'clock, and forget it. My boss is like, we owe you that stuff later. It'll come. So Thursday this week, we finally got Panera Bread, and they finally got our order correct. So,
well, I'm glad. Thank you, Speedy. And Almighty makes his presence felt. Almighty,
hey.
Would you? I'm getting. Okay, I think
there
it's gone now. Yeah, it was gone. When you joined us, there was a low rumble hum, but it's very low now. I think you would get past it. The audience will tell us. But young man, you're staying in the mode. What? Did you lose a bet with someone that you had to shave everything?
No, I just time for a different look.
Oh, I thought it was the youthfulness of sports talk with the guys. It was giving you a lot of love and stuff like that.
Well, let's go with that then. Sounds good to me. So how are you two doing this morning?
Well, I don't think Speedy heard, but I've been up all night as I was complaining to everyone. We had a wind event. Actually, we still have.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a wind
warning right
Speedy, we had 65-mile-an-hour winds last night. So having flashbacks to the old San Andreas wind stuff. Yeah, so you had some winds over there with you too, Speedy?
Yeah, it's been going on all night long. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's still... I mean, like 2 minutes ago, I should have got on 2 minutes earlier, and you would have thought that thunder and lightning hit up here, but it's up here too.
I was trying to record because at around 10:30 last night, Almighty, I was awakened, and I thought it was a dream that awoke me. I heard like it was a whistle, a female something that woke me up. And first thing I was like, oh God, don't tell me it's a ghost or someone coming to visit or so-and-so coming to collect me and take me. I was frightened awake.
I thought you were gonna say you thought it was Bigfoot or a dog man or something. Some kind of cryptid coming to see you.
Well, what's interesting is if it would have been La Llorona, which, DA felt that I was terribly frightened over and wouldn't let the La Llorona go. It is something that in my culture, La Llorona is a big deal, right, Speedy? But it's something that I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Well, that wench came to visit me last night, so I thought. But I was awake, I was startled, and I checked my watch. It was like 10:30. I said, what's going on? And then I felt the pressure wave, and then the windows were bending and flexing. And it's that odd sound, guys, when it's not the wall that's bending, it's the window. It's like, oh, yeah. Man. I feel like Matt Damon in The Martian. Remember after the explosion? Yeah, and the wind is rustling. He's like, oh. No, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to scream out like that guy, but it was something. And then because of the pressure wave trying to get through the sliding glass window, there was a bit of a whistle, and then I heard La Llorona again. Like, oh, man. I was like, dude, I thought it was a dream that woke me up, but no, it was the wind. I was up off and on all night, man. It was rough. Were you up all night, Matt? Speedy. Sorry, brother.
No, I was just here watching TV, and then I'm like, well, let's turn off the TV. Let's do some video games. And all of a sudden, I heard the same thing you heard about the same time, about 10:20. I thought, I'm like, wait, what's going on? Did the cops arrive at the apartment? So I looked out the window, and I went in the hallway, and I'm looking for flashing lights or something. I don't see anything. And then 5 minutes later, it picks up, and I go, and it really got windy, and I saw the trees going by, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the wind. But they had told us, I don't know about you down there, but they told us on Wednesday that Wednesday night we would be getting this kind of weather for a California tsunami.
Oh, well, no.
Nothing happened up here on Wednesday.
I completely missed it. I've been detached. Look, there's a list. Those are all my jobs that I've been working on already. I am drowning in work. Thank you. And if it's La Llorona, then I'm going to have to go back and thank DA for bringing that wench into my life. Because if that's the case, it's crazy. Because I'm not kidding. I have 23 jobs, guys, through the 22nd of January. Never had that. Never in my life. And these are all billable jobs, and I got to get to them. It's crazy. So I'm lost to the world. I'm going to work, and then I go home, and I work here at home. So this is my respite. I love it. It's the Extravaganza on Saturday. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to yell at you guys. But I'm jazzed about it. This is what keeps me sane during tax season is Sports Talk with the Guys, and whenever I do Monday Night America. Sorry.
There he goes again with the hand signals.
Hey, let me tell you, that's the closest I'm ever going to get because I'm pretty stupid when it comes to any of that stuff. Maybe if I did some of that, I wouldn't be as stressed, but what do I know? Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah. Tony's in the chat room.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We got Tony in the chat room. He's the first one here.
Yes, we do. And we do have 2 likes. I want to say we have Tony, of course. Thank you for that. And So one of you gave us a like on Sports Talk with the Guys. So I thank you for that. So really good stuff, folks. It's already 15 minutes in. I got through most of my stuff. There are, for MLS, let me get this out of the way real quick. Today at 12 p.m., Portland takes on New York City. And, no, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize. No, sorry. Wrong schedule. All right. Yesterday's scores in the NHL: Hurricanes 6-3 over the Rangers, Penguins 5-2 over the Blue Jackets, Stars 5-4 over the Red Wings, Islanders shut out the Coyotes 4-0, the Wild 5-1 over the Blackhawks, Panthers 2-1 over the Canucks, Ducks 5-1 over the Lightning, Blues 5-0 over the Kraken. And the standings right now in the NHL. In the Metropolitan, Carolina's in the lead, tied with, I guess they're not in the lead. They're tied with the Rangers at 56 points. In the Atlantic, we have Florida with 61 points, followed by Tampa Bay at 59. In the Western Central, we have Colorado at 57 points, followed by St. Louis and Nashville at 53. And then finally, in the Pacific, we have the Las Vegas Knights with 50 points, followed by Anaheim at 47, Los Angeles at 45, and San Jose at 44. It's fourth, man. It's fourth.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a quick look at the NHL right now. AVP, we'll get into some details of that, is over. They have quite a bit of stuff going on. A quick look at the calendar, folks, for this weekend. We're going to get to it. We have the NHL divisional round. We already had the wild cards. We're now playing the divisional games. And this week, again, much to my mistake, I apologize, the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame class will be announced on the 25th. And it's a very thin schedule. I'll go over APV later in the program because there's a lot of stuff going on with them, but we'll get to it later. But bringing on one of our compatriots right here. There he is. That's the one. The forever effervescent one. He is. And there he is with his God Bless America t-shirt. Hi, Big Dog. How are you?
Actually, it's a Justice League of America.
He's like, no, this is not what the shirt you think it is.
Good morning.
How you?
Who's that stud up there?
I don't
Roger.
know. Dude,
I think this is for his Tinder account profile pic.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good to me.
Actually, I asked him, Big Dog, did he lose a bet to someone? Because, there are some people that say, I'll shave my beard, or I'll go bald, or I'll walk 100 miles back home, whatever. Did he lose a bet?
This is for his profile pics.
Yeah.
He's on what is it, Christian Mingle, and what's the farmers one?
Farmers? I don't do animals. I'm telling you right now.
No, didn't say you did animals, but there's a farmers one,
There's a farmers.
Yeah. There's one for about everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Folks.
But anyway, if I can hey, don't underestimate those farm girls.
There you go.
I mean, just think of after all the cows they've milked, just think about the grip they have.
That's right.
Okay. That's
okay.
Of course.
Tell the story. Oh.
What story? I was gonna say, how you doing, Pedro Grande?
I am doing very well. and he should have already known when he asked the question, but who the hell else do you think gave that Ike?
Oh, I didn't see you were in the program. I'm sorry. I didn't know, but thank you, Big Dog, for that. I will say I had breakfast yesterday with two classmates, Michael and Jorge, and it was funny because they were talking about, I guess it was a bit windy Thursday night here. I don't know, but they were talking about, they were driving and all of a sudden said, I think there was a moose out. Oh, no. I think it was a big fat cow that was out on the road. And I said, nuh-uh, she was home last night. Don't bring her into this.
Oh. There we go.
That was real. I can't make that up. That was real. And unfortunately, my classmates know her, and they bit their lip in the best gentlemanly manner that they could. They did not laugh out loud, but they were dying. They were dying, but they did not laugh out loud. Oh man, because they've known her for many years, and But hey, it is what it is. But speaking of farm animals, I had to tell that story, so otherwise I would have forgotten. But anyway, it's 6:20 a.m. Pacific time. The gang is here. Hopefully, Dreem will be able to join us shortly. We'll see, and that will be the quintuplets. Oh my God, is that who we are? We are the quintuplets, aren't we? It is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
All right. Anyway, go ahead, Big Dog.
Did you do your joke of the day?
Oh yeah.
Was it funny?
Big Dog, tell your joke.
What do you think?
Well, before the ladies get into the chat room, it's a little Johnny joke. Okay, so teacher says to her fourth grade class, "All right, class, I need you to think of a sentence with the word fascinate in it." Molly raises her hand and says, "We went to the farm and it was fascinating." Teacher said, "Great sentence, but I'm looking for the word fascinate, not fascinating." Ruby raises her hand and says, "I was fascinated by the fireworks." Teacher says, "Another great sentence, but I'm looking for the word fascinate." Anybody else? Anybody? So little Johnny finally raises his hand and said, "I have one, teacher." He said, "My Aunt Susan has a shirt with 10 buttons on it, but her tits are so big that she can only fascinate."
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Big Dog.
Hey, I can't get laughs all the time.
Oh, well, anyway. Remember, folks, I've asked, bring a joke with you. It's part of our program right here. But we now have several people joining us right now in the chat room. Let us know who you are and where you hail from. We have Tony, who is somewhere, the way I envision a map of America, over by the Great Lakes, the hanging boobs. That's about where I figure Tony is. So, I never thought about that, huh? Almighty, you live by the hanging boobs. The Great Lakes up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they are that. But anyway, folks, we're going to get to it. Speedy, what is since you were the first one to join me, and then of course Almighty and the Big Dog, what is the first breaking? I wanted. Okay, I didn't inform any of you guys, but as you guys come in, have a big breaking story ready to go with you, or just a story that you want to get to. So, Speedy, go for it, brother.
Yes, I have a lot of things lined up for this week, but the first thing we've got to talk about, guys, is what was Bruce Arians' problem on Sunday? Smacking his own players? What is this, Angels in the outfield, where they go nuts and he gets Denzel Washington, he gets told in the movie, you can't do this to your own players. And they go, well, yeah, he's kind of assaulting us. But this one's real life. Bruce Arians did this on Sunday, and he said, well, I just didn't want him to get a penalty. They were going to penalize us for that. That's why, because you can't break up a tackle like that. And that's why I did that. That's why he got it, because he deserved it. And I was like, he deserved it? What's wrong with you? What are you guys' opinion on this?
We'll go to Almighty if you like, and then we'll go to Big Dog, and maybe we'll do it that way, and not necessarily a counter, but in the order of entry. Ooh, order of entry. Wow.
That's what she said.
That's what he said.
That's what the horse said. Well, he did get fined $50,000 for that smack.
Yes, he did.
So, I guess as far as the NFL goes, it's all taken care of. They got their money.
That was short and quick.
Yeah, Big Dog.
I guess in society now, it's frowned upon. Bruce Arians, an older guy, old school mentality. that was a normal occurrence in the 80s. I
Yeah.
mean, come on, toughen up, shit. You screwed up. He let you know it. Unfortunately, he let you know it on the field where everyone else could see it. People may not like it, but if the guy that got hit isn't complaining about it, then why should everybody else?
Big Dog, did you get a chance to see the hit? Just
No.
okay. I'm gonna look for it right now. Almighty, did you see it?
No, I did not.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna see if I can find the video right now, guys, just so you can see. I believe Big Dog has some juice there when he says, "What are we talking about here?" The player wasn't complaining. Speedy, your opinion? I know you give your soliloquy early on, but was it a bad thing? Do you think the coach did step out of line?
Yes and no. I mean, some people are talking about, well, sports and starting with the NFL are becoming too soft. What's the problem here? Why did we jump from this to now this? And then there's other people who are like, well, he can't do that. That's the same thing as child abuse, because we know here in California, you can't spank your kids anymore, otherwise you go to jail because
Oh
it's
my
child
God,
abuse.
I'm watching it here. Are you serious?
Yeah, you
You're
see
bitching
that?
about that?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Big Dog. It was news. It
Well, of
really
course,
was, and
because
$50,000.
because of the society we're in right now. Otherwise,
Exactly.
even 10 years ago, this wouldn't have been a deal.
No. It wouldn't have been a big story back then, but nowadays apparently it is, and that's why some fans are like, is the
Players
NFL
smack,
becoming soft?
players smack each other harder on the ass than what he did
Yeah.
after a touchdown. Just look up Bruce Arians' hit. There's a 15-second clip.
Yeah. I know. I've seen it all week.
I'm telling Scorekeeper.
Yeah, I'm watching the entire play, so I haven't gotten there yet. Big Dog, if you have a link, could you post the link as a comment, and then everyone else who's watching, we could probably
No, because it's on my phone.
He's like, no, it's on my phone.
Well,
I'm
thank you
watching
for
that.
Big Dog.
You guys are
I'm
my
sorry.
Since I use the iPad to talk, if I were to leave, then I leave the entire StreamYard. So everything gets looked at on my phone.
Yeah,
Still
because
looking?
unfortunately, I'm not getting any love. I'm getting like all the commentary from everyone.
Well,
And
look up. I just Googled.
I put it in the private chat.
I just
Scorekeeper.
Googled Bruce Arian hit, and
well,
the
I
second
did.
thing, the
And
second thing that came up was a 15-second clip.
Okay, thank you for that, Big Dog. You know what? I did too.
Well, I don't know what you're looking at then.
For some reason, nobody is showing the entire play of what we led up to it.
Second one.
Yeah, that's the only one that's been able to find. They won't actually show the play that took progress.
Okay, folks, I'm going to switch over to a share view, and so everyone can see this right now. It's going to be a bit small, and I do apologize, but here it is. Unfortunately, it's on the fake network Twitter, but check it out. There it is. There he is coming in. Boom.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So now that you've seen that, Scorekeeper, what are your thoughts?
As Almighty said, the NFL got its money. It's over. Big Dog, if I could quote you correctly, you said something earlier about some years ago. What the hell? That was par for the course. As a matter of fact, sometimes the coaches or the assistants, as the players were coming in, they would come in with the hand low, palm side up, and they'd give them a hit on the helmet, which sometimes were much harder.
Yep.
And they'd give them the hit on the pads. Wow. Almighty, you said NFL got its money. It's done. $50,000. It was an emotional hit. Wow, he wanted to get his attention. I understand how some people can react now on the imagery. If you're going to bring the race relations in it, so be it, whatever. And I think
Oh,
that's
I
why the
didn't
little
even.
kids are crying.
Was the player black or what? You can't tell from that angle.
Well, whether you can tell or not, these are the jerk Monday morning quarterbacks that are always talking about it after. So, uh, you can look at it however you want. He did hit him hard. You could tell the intent. It was to get his attention. But wow.
Yeah, it was like, hey, stupid, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, he does look mad. He does look
I
mad.
have a question. I have a question for all you guys. Can you imagine if Bobby Knight coached in 2022? He wouldn't be coaching for very
No.
long.
Well, he still wasn't back in the day.
But he was very entertaining.
Yeah. But he did, yeah. I mean, especially when he got the whip out. I mean, that was. I mean, he got away with the chair, but he didn't get away with the whip. So
Yeah, that was a little excessive.
yeah, so that tells you how things are, from chair. But anyway, yeah, because just think if they would see a coach grab a player by the face mask and shake their head and yell at him like they used to do.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
Yes. I was remembering where they'd come up and give you, the slap, but it was for those who are Latin, you would think of me, sangron, pay attention, but it not necessarily a love tap per se because they're hitting you, but heads up, dude. I think that's where the phrase came up. The bottom side slap comes a heads up, dude. Oh, okay, pay attention. In today's world, the pussification of America, which we've talked about ad infinitum, ad absurdum, you can't yell, you can't raise your voice. I'm sorry, you can't make contact with anyone, and I believe that those that are complaining about this are the ones that are younger, in that you just can't do anything more, can't
You should make
discipline in any way whatsoever.
You should make a shirt that says that.
Sports Talk with the Guys shirt.
No,
the pussification of America, and then in little tiny letters in sports.
Yeah, what he said.
Okay, guys, I have a coworker that does T-shirts. I can get T-shirts for all of us. Okay, I have to hold on, Big Dog. I have to make a note, otherwise I will forget. All right, so you're telling me the pussification of America, right?
Yep, and then in little itty bitty letter words at the very bottom in sports. Because of course, the pussification of America is going to get you all the MAGA fans. So,
Big Dog, I
that's
beg
why
to differ. No, I beg to differ. I don't even think they understand what that word is, so we're okay. There's too many syllables.
Yeah.
There's way too many.
Yeah, they never get pussy. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna complain. I can't pronounce the damn word.
Okay, I feel bad. Last weekend we weren't able to go to Arizona, but I took my brother and we went north over towards Lone Pine, and we went to Manzanar, a very, very important place, a historical place. For those of you that know and don't know, it was one of the executive orders signed by President Roosevelt just after Pearl Harbor. It's a sad day in American history when American citizens of Asian or specifically Japanese ancestry were ordered to get rid of everything, sell everything, and move into these camps. Well, up there past Lone Pine on the 395. Go ahead, Big Dog.
Well, finish that, and then I have a question for you.
We went up there. It was really nice to go out with my brother. I haven't gone out with him in like ever, probably 30 years where he and I went. And I know we're going to do it again. We're going to do the circuit that you guys all know I wanted to do in July, but my stomach wouldn't allow me. Go to Vegas, Reno, and then come back down to 395. We're going to do that in early May right after tax season. But anyway, I was up there, and my brother was being treated so well by one of the ladies in the gift shop, and she was so cool and everything, and it was just so funny because I leaned in close after my brother made the purchase, and I saw her name tag. I was like, "Oh, well, that's a shocking moment." Her name was Karen. It really was Karen, and I was wondering, does she get a lot of shit from people because her name is Karen? She was the nicest soul I'd ever met in my life. I wanted to put her on video and say, "Stand up for all the Karens that are not Karens, Karen." I got a shake of the head from the big dog, so I'm all right. I'm happy with that one. But go ahead, big dog. What is your question, young man?
I need you to go through that massive memory of yours. Back in the thrifty days at 134,
Non sequitur.
do you remember Joe Ono, the pharmacist?
I remember Joe. Okay, yes,
Okay, Joe Ono was in one of those camps back in the day. He said he was
I
very
did not
small at
know
the
that.
time.
Yes.
Because that would have been 1941, 41, right?
42, but yes.
42, yes.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so he said he remembered. I think he said he was maybe 7 or 8 at the time, and he said he just remembered being taken away, him and his parents.
Do you know
Luckily,
where he went to which one? Because I took pictures, folks. I have not been on Facebook because I've been drowning in work, as I was complaining about earlier.
I know it was in California. I know it was in
pictures.
California. I know it was in California. But,
I know Manzanar was one, and folks, it was immense. When I post the pictures of it, the camp itself was about 10,000 people that had been relocated, plus the workers, the guards, and everything. It is immense. You can drive the camp, and it would take you 15 minutes to drive the camp at about 10 miles an hour. That's big. It is immense. Yeah, and they still had some of the barracks. I'm sorry.
He said he was treated. His family was treated relatively well because his father was. He followed in his father's footsteps. His father was a pharmacist, so his father was put in, like, as almost being a doctor.
Yes,
taking care of all the sick and the elderly and stuff. And of course, since he was a pharmacist, they let him, be in charge of handling the pills and so on and so forth. So his family, he said himself, his mother, and his father had it a bit better than everyone else because, they were in a better position. But he said it was, something that he was already in his late 60s when we met him, or mid to late 60s. And
folks,
he said he remembered it clear as day the whole time he was there.
Forgive me a moment, but this is a drawing of what the camp looked like. I will post these on my personal Facebook page, and I'm sorry for the glare. Yeah, you guys aren't going to be able to see it, but these are rows and rows of barracks.
A little bit lower. Right there.
Yes, thank
Perfect.
you. There you go. Rows and rows of barracks, folks. And that's just a drawing. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle, 5, 6, 7, 8, another 4 rows on the left, and then all the rows that are over on the right, which are over here. That's just an image. And here is a model of the camp. And again, I apologize. I will post these. It is like not a diorama, but it is a real full-sized model. Yeah, it's too blurry, folks. I'm sorry. It held 10,000 people, and there were about another 10 to 12 camps throughout the United States. George Takei, for those of us that know from Star Trek, Mr. Sulu, he was in, I believe, Alabama or Mississippi. From Los Angeles, his family went over there, and he was, I think, 4 years old or 5, so he was rather young as well. So, yeah, it was a sad moment, and I apologize, folks, for going on that route, but it's worth your time visiting one of those camps. We have to remember.
It would be interesting to find out or I don't know if George Takei had ever said anything about it, but you say it held 10,000. How many were actually there?
Oh, the names are there. There's a
No,
huge board
no,
of everyone
I
there.
understand. I understand that, but the point I'm just trying to make is, yes, it held 10,000, but were there 12, 13, 14,000 there? I mean, at that time, because of the war and stuff, they might not have cared if it was overcrowded.
Oh no, they were all registered because they were. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Hi,
Yeah,
Roz.
the numbers are pretty solid, Big Dog, because everyone was there, folks. It was sad, and I'm sorry, and I'll leave this topic in a moment. There is the cemetery. There's two cemeteries on site, and one of them has the Shinto shrine, the Buddhist shrine. And I thought the graves looked new. And I went to visit them, and I thought these were people who were at the camp, believe it or not, that had lived and came back to be buried there. And when I got up close, some of the wooden stakes are gone. They're lost to history, or they're registered. But these are children that were born at the camp and died there. Oh, and some lived for a day, some lived for a day or two, whatever. It was at that point that I had to get up and leave. These are children that were born there, and their names, and they were listed. So they did a pretty good job back then, Big Dog, of unfortunately keeping track of everyone, because everyone had to be accounted for. That was the thing, because they were still American citizens, most of them.
Yeah.
But anyway, folks, I do apologize. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know. I would never have thought that you're thinking the way where you saw the grave sites, that you thought someone that was there came back to be buried there. To me, I would never even want to come back to that spot if I had to live there.
Did I ever say that smart stuff comes out of here? I mean, look, even Almighty's
yes,
oh,
actually,
Big
yes,
Dog,
you
got
have.
suckered in.
Yes, you have many times say how intelligent you are. So don't give me that.
No. All right, I'm going to take issue with that, Big Dog. I've never said I was more intelligent than people. I said I am superior of intellect. Get it right. Anyway, it's all good. I'm just being a jerk with the Big Dog. Folks, it is what it is. Almighty.
Semantics.
Okay. I'll acquiesce. Almighty, story you want to get to before we get to our NFL picks?
Oh. The NFL
okay.
The NFL will no longer test unvaccinated players until the end of the season.
Yeah, I got that. I'm going to see if I can put that link in the chat room, folks.
That is more money grabbing, and don't be surprised if that carries over to next season. But both the NFL and the Players Association have agreed that unvaccinated players will not be tested anymore during the playoffs. So there you have it. So take it for what you will. We've discussed this a few weeks ago that they were talking about it. We thought it got rejected, but I guess they went back to it. And this time they passed it. So there you go.
Are you saying that they're not getting tested any more than anybody else, or they're just not testing them, period? Because then how do you know if they're positive or not?
Unvaccinated players get tested every day. They will no longer be tested.
Oh, okay, I get you. So they'll just be tested regularly like everyone else.
Have a different protocol. You know what I mean now. You understand now, but just to make sure I'm clear, they get tested all the time and make sure that they're not. But now that's going to go away. So if they get infected, and no one tests them, then they can spread it to vaccinated players as well. So we'll see how this. But to me, I think they're doing it so running the playoffs and nobody wants to watch backups play. So I think this is more in tune to keep players on the field for the Super Bowl and the championship than anything else, to make sure that, because who's going to watch Aaron Rodgers backup or whatever, whoever's there in the Super Bowl, you know what I mean. So I think that's what this is about. It's about ratings.
I like that analogy. Aaron Rodgers in Super Bowl. That works for me.
Yeah. Well, we can watch Aaron Rodgers and then Patrick Mahomes back up play instead of them.
There you go.
So
I saw that Scorekeeper.
Wait a minute. Does he have a backup? Does Patrick Mahomes have a backup?
I don't know. Probably. We
I'm
never
sure
see him.
Yeah, right. We never do.
But I guess before we get to our picks, people should know that Derrick Henry is going to play.
Oh.
He has been activated to play today against the Bungles. So.
Yeah. Go Raider! Oh.
Yeah.
Let's address that too. Let's address what happened. The Niners win by their own admission of what they've done. The Raiders get screwed again. What happened? I watched that game on Sunday, and I was furious, like many other of you Raider fans out there, like myself. Right, Scorekeeper?
Yeah.
Why would you blow the whistle as the ball is being thrown? The play is not even called dead. The officials are going, it's good. It's a touchdown. But everybody stopped because, and everybody's looking at the officials. This is why Dak Prescott probably got fined $25,000 for his comment about the referees getting stuff thrown at them in Dallas. And they said, well, it's not a reviewable thing. We can't do anything about this. And then the announcer said, Roger Goodell just told us by text message, the NFL will deliver a personal message by himself. He will deliver this regarding what the NFL referees just did to the Raiders after the game goes off the air. I was like, well, of course. Of course he's going to wait to give a statement after the game.
But he always does that. A few days later, he'll say something, yeah, we made a mistake, let's move on. So I don't know what, and they can't find the refs or anything. Refs are untouchable, so I don't know what's going to happen there. But, hey, that crap happens to a lot of teams, like the Raiders and Browns and stuff like that. But, we live with it.
Folks, this is I'm going to ignore the Raider one right now, but the one for Dallas. And football fans, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
There are rules about the procedures in the game. And the refs have to touch the ball to set it up.
Exactly.
Everyone knows that. And for them to say that the refs screwed it up, one of my favorite players to pick on was the shortstop from the Athletics. He was a Latin player. I forget his name now. I think he's retired. But he's
that narrows
it
down.
I'm sorry?
That narrows it down.
It does, and
Latino
I apologize.
Player. That just really just narrows it down.
And shortstop of all things.
Yeah.
I'm going to find. The guy is apparently a good player, but he didn't even know the basic rules of the game. And for being a quarterback, Dak Prescott, you would think that he would understand the rules, having played it almost his entire life. Look, in baseball, it is very rare whenever I learn of a new rule, just because it's not that I know, folks, is I was taught by people who knew the game. How the hell do I know the game? It was shared with me. So, Dak, if you're pissed off on what happened to you with Dallas, look at your circle of friends, look at your circle of coaches, look at your circle of people that you deal with, that if you didn't have that experience to understand the rules, that's your fault, dude. I'm sorry. But then as a quarterback, you would think you would know the rules. So then he goes ahead and has a bonehead comment about the fans at the coaching because they were throwing stuff. I believe he should have been fined more because he was agreeing with fans, basically, and you guys can all correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, well, he didn't agree with the throwing, but his sentiment was, yeah, the refs are stupid.
Yeah.
He didn't exactly say, yeah, throw stuff at them, but, I mean, wow, was he in the affirmative or what? Almighty, your comments on that one for Dallas?
I don't know what it's about.
Okay. Fair
Well,
enough.
I do. Check this out. And listen to what the announcers say.
San Francisco to get to the quarterback here. Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out. Well, they'll be able to clock this. They're playing for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh. The official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. He had a big gain. He had a big gain, and then the ref was in the way for him to hike the ball. So
yeah, that's why he was pissed off, because you heard them say it, the referee cannot be in the way once he lets go of the ball. But the referee stood there, put the ball down, and then slowly got out of the way.
No, he did not. The referee was trying to get to the ball. That's what they're complaining about. Because that's what the guys are saying. Oh, the referee's in the way. The referee, when they said the referee's in the way, the referee had yet to touch the ball. The referee was trying to get around the center to get the ball to put it down. So no, he was not in the way that he put it down and then would move out of the way. No, because he had to be in front to put the ball down. How do you get the ball? He couldn't get it between the center's legs. The center would okay, everything was Dak. First of all, when Dak took off to run, if you were going to run a play, you would have ran it on the second down, not third. Okay, that's the first mistake. Second mistake, Dak ran for 17 yards. He should have slid at 10. That extra 5-7 yards cost them 2 to 3 seconds. And that's exactly the amount of time that they would have needed to spike the ball. Then, instead of Dak holding the ball and waiting for the ref who was sprinting, you could see him, they showed it. The ref is sprinting down there to make it in time. Instead, Dak gives the ball to the center, who puts the ball on the ground. So the ref is trying to get through the guys, through the line, to get to the ball, to put it down and spot it. And if you notice, they had spotted it about a yard ahead. So the ref had to pull the ball back, and everybody had to back up. Now, if they would have just waited if Dak would have had the ball in his hand and said, "Here, ref, here," then even that 1 second, they would have been able to spike the ball down. So everything was Dak. Dak shouldn't have ran, or if he was going to run a play before. Second of all, Dak should have had the ball in his hands and not give it to the center. And, it looked like he was in the way, but the thing is, the rules are the ref has to put the ball down before the ball can be put in play. And he was trying to get to the ball. So when the announcer said, "Oh, the ref's in the way," no, he was not in the way. He was trying to get through. The ball had not been put down yet. So no, he was not in the way. Because as soon as he put the ball down, you saw him. He backed up. The ref backed up. As soon as he put the ball down, he backed away, and he was no longer in the play.
Go ahead, Almighty, because I was going to add to Zap.
Well, I was going to say, usually the refs are pretty fast of getting the ball on the ground.
Yeah, and he was. I mean, if you look at it, he put that ball down fast.
I mean, they're pretty. I mean, they know what the clock situation is too, so they bust their balls, and like you said, I mean, they have to spot it. They just can't. A player cannot. If that was allowed, the ball just get moved up all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You know how you play backyard football and you kind of kick the football a little bit there, trying to give yourself an extra yard or so, or kick the other player back, the other team back. Yeah, that would be happening all the time. You play pretty long when you play an actual soccer out there. So I don't know.
Now, I posted an article to my compatriots here from Jared Bell. He had an opinion, and the opinion piece was this. You guys heard what the big dog said. Right away, his opinion is entitled, "Dak Prescott's post-game blunder even worse than squandering the clock in the Cowboys' loss." All right. So it's really understood that Dak just blew it. Now, in this article, it says, the Cowboys quarterback ought to check himself for suggesting that frustrated fans at Jerry's World were in their right for dangerously hurling trash at the officials who called it like they saw it. Quote, Credit to them. Credit to them? Quick, somebody unleash this line. This is seriously crossing the line, Dak, as the opinion piece goes. Folks, fans are throwing stuff at the refs. And first of all, I don't think they're that smart in Jerry's world. I think they're just angry and they're throwing stuff on the field because that's what, the animals do when they're angry. So, that being the case, Dak Prescott decided to be stupid and say, oh yeah, credit to them. I know he was saying, they were unhappy, so what do all trash do? They hurl trash. Go figure. But I understand he was frustrated, but again, Dak, just because you don't know the rules doesn't mean that you should be angry. Well, actually, maybe you should be. You should be angry at yourself for being
and that could have been part of it too, because he was probably in the moment emotionally and he just wanted to lash out. And how much was he fined then?
I thought it was fined $50,000, but I'll have to get back to you guys on that.
I didn't hear about the fine part because usually.
Oh, it was the next day. I think he apologized and for the fine.
He apologized.
Yeah, okay.
He apologized, and he got fined $25,000.
Oh, $25,000.
Bruce Aaron was the one that got $50,000 fined.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. That's 50. This is 25. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, not bad for a day's work. 75,000.
No, not at all. All right, folks. So the Raider stuff. Raider fans are going to have yet another thing to complain about. My opinion is, it was a big call that went against them, but they lost. They lost.
The thing though is, it's the players' fault for stopping and playing, because how many times have we seen Aaron Rodgers where the ball is hiked and they throw the flag and Rodgers still goes by and he throws for a touchdown pass? It's a free play. That's what they call it, a free play. I mean,
okay, Big Dog. Yes, that is true.
I know this was right after the ball was hiked, I believe, because I didn't see the play itself.
Okay, this is the inconsistency of the NFL, and I know you guys were not here when I discussed it one time, and I said this is what annoys me most about the NFL, especially when you get the announcer saying, "Oh, we have a free play," but then the refs go stupid, they go wild. And then they do their best to stop the play. So wait a minute. This was defensive encroachment. It should be a free play. There was no contact, but no, the refs try to shut the play down. So I remember the day when they threw the flag because it was defensive encroachment. The play would continue. They do their best to stop every play now. So I understand that the players are thinking, well, the play's dead. But Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Steve Young, Joe Montana, all these guys, their teams do not quit. They will play even through the penalty until it becomes obvious you stop.
Was there a whistle on that play?
Yes, because when they threw the ball was in midair, and as the ball is coming down to the Bengals, that's when the whistle came, and everybody was like, "Wait, what?"
I think what that's supposed to be is an inadvertent whistle, and they do the play over because someone blew a whistle and everybody's going to relax, right? Because they think the play is over. And then it's supposed to be rolled an inadvertent whistle, and they do the play over again.
Okay,
I have a question.
I didn't see the play, but I'm just going by what I read, and I know that if they blow a whistle, the play's dead. I mean, there's just no reason to do anything else.
Okay, I have a question though. What was there an actual whistle, or did they see the flag?
No, there was an actual whistle as the ball was being thrown. A Bengals player caught it, and that's why everybody stopped, and that's why you saw Derek Carr, and everybody was like, "What are we doing?" And everybody just stood there because they all heard the whistle. The announcers were like, "We have to watch this again," and they watched it in real time again on the replay. And yes, everybody heard the whistle. That's why everybody stopped, and that's why Derek Carr and even the interim coach is like, what's going on here? Is this a touchdown? Is this a touchback? Or are we replaying the down because you guys stupidly blew the whistle? And then that's when they said, well, we just got word from Roger Goodell. He'll be informing the world about his decision on this play because it is not reviewable at this time.
And
until we get word from Roger Goodell.
So, what's your opinion, Roger? You seem to be having a seizure over there. So,
I'm actually trying to watch everything that's going on. Look, I am having one because you eloquently stated it. When there's a whistle, play's dead. All right. I have always been of the thing. No, okay. Look, this has always been my thinking, and my thinking goes to the NFL. If you have someone steal second base and it looks like you're out, you may even think you're out. Our coaches, we were told, you stay on that bag till the ump says go. My thinking has always been play it through, and when they tell you it's done, it's done. In the NFL, I believe they should finish the play until you almost have the ref come in and say, hey, play's dead. One whistle is not enough, in my humble opinion. But, yes, go ahead, Almighty.
But that's what the whistle does.
Yes.
It says it's done. And because if you hit somebody after a whistle, well, then you get a roughing penalty. So, I mean, I know what you're saying. Play through the whistle, but all they'll do is keep blowing the whistle, so you stop. So, I mean, there's really... And then, but I don't know who blew. They don't even know who blew the whistle. I don't know.
Was it an inadvertent whistle?
By who though? By what ref? They know who blew it.
My thing is, fans will sneak whistles in. They will. And look, hey, fans they're the 12th player on the team.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a break.
Okay,
in baseball, hey, that's why my thing is, you stop when they make you stop.
Right.
That's the way I see it.
But a whistle is louder than somebody trying to yell over people calling each other a cocksucker. I mean, it's just that way it is, and all the pads being hit and everybody getting what? That's what's going on out there. They're not out there, saying, hey, how's your mom? They're out there, pow, pow, But anyway. But
all right, fair enough.
Look, I know what you're saying, Roger, but we've seen so many plays, especially the one plays where the quarterbacks hit, and instead of letting them run the ball and finish the play like last year, and they say, well, the whistle blew, and then later they find out, well, it was a fumble. He should have been able to, and they blew the whistle instead of letting him score. And then when it happened in the playoffs last year, they changed that rule. Of the year before, they changed it to say, well, let them play through it. So,
yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, but there's so many things going on, and I don't know. I mean, like the play is supposed. That's what the whistle's for, so people don't stop. I understand the fan part, but usually you can tell if the whistle's over here instead of right next to you. But
yeah,
you're right. I don't know what. I mean, it can't be changed now, so I don't know what Roger Goodell's going to do. He might have to hand the Raiders the $75K he just made last week, so I don't know.
That's the whole point here is that if you blow a whistle, the play is either dead or over, or what many of us thought that we're watching, even my friend Chris, who's a big Raiders fan, he's also a big wrestling fan, he posted, he's like, well, they're going to replay this, obviously, but they didn't. And so that's why everybody got frozen in time. And then it came out, well, this is not reviewable, according to Roger Goodell. But Scorekeeper, you mentioned it a few minutes ago that they don't even use the encroachment penalty anymore. There's a lot of things they stopped calling over the years, but their most favorite is, of course, well, roughing the passer, roughing the quarterback, helmet to the head. Can't do that anymore.
Right. And folks, I'm just saying that in the past, when we saw a defensive penalty of encroachment, the free play would almost always happen, but now they're even stopping that. They stop. It's like, why? There was no contact, but yet, oh wait, encroachment. Up, stop the play. Like, oh, wait a minute. So the free play is so rare now, even on the defensive. And that's why I don't understand the consistency on the whistles. All I know is that, look, if you know that guy was encroachment and no contact, you play it through until the refs make you stop. If they have to blow multiple whistles, well, let them blow themselves then. I mean, basically, that's what they're doing.
That sounds good. They can do it on the 50-yard line.
Yes. But the Raiders having lost the game, look, a Speedy, Raider fan, I wanted them to win. I think they got outplayed the entire game. We're going to complain about that call ad infinitum, ad absurdum, but that's not why they lost the game. That one call is not why they lost the game. No. I don't think the Raiders ever led, and it really sucked. They were trailing consistently. So, Raider fan, I'm not talking Speedy. Raider fan, look, we got beat. That's it. And it can't come down to one play. The one with the Cowboys, that's even worse because your own stupid team blew it. Okay? So, it is what it is. Big Dog, I know you left earlier and you're in your car now. Is everything okay?
Yeah, they switched Kathy's schedule, so she gets out an hour earlier now.
Yeah.
And, of course, I should have left like 10, 15 minutes ago, but oh well, she can wait.
Well, we do apologize to Kathy because it looked like you had to go on the last minute, and I was kind of hoping everything was cool. But I'm glad you joined us. I'm glad you're still on with us. So, folks, all right, we're going to go ahead and continue. It is just past 7 a.m. Pacific time. I guess we're going to get to the picks now because we have quite a few people watching the game, watching the program. Aww. Yeah, we are going to get to them right now.
Everybody had their particular story they got to talk about, but okay, no problem.
I apologize, Big Dog. What is the story that you would like to get to right now?
No, it's all right.
Go ahead.
I'll sit here pouting.
You may still pout, but I ask you to share your poutiness with us. Please.
Don't be a Pino.
The one big news, of course, hitting the NBA this week was the benching of Russell Westbrook in the fourth quarter in a tight game. And then afterwards, when asked why he was benched, Vogel didn't hide behind anything. He said, "I went with the guys that I thought would win me the game." And that made, and of course, the Lakers lost the game anyways. But the Westbrook experiment is a bust. Let's just put it that way. I was watching the game again last night, playing the Orlando Magic, one of the worst teams in the NBA. And in the third quarter, the Lakers trailed them by, I think, 8 or 12 points. I mean, there was no cohesiveness. There's no chemistry. Russell Westbrook took a mid-range shot in the game, and he's done this this was probably like the 10th time he's done this. He hit the top of the backboard with his shot. That's how badly he missed it. Not even the side of the backboard. He hit the top of the backboard. And Russell Westbrook is an MVP. I'm like, no, 3-4 years ago he was an MVP. He's no longer that. And he needs to learn that he is pretty much going to be the third option. It's just a mess.
It is a mess, Big Dog. But the Lakers won yesterday.
Yeah, but
Westbrook did get 18 points.
Yes, because he played under control. When they beat the Utah Jazz, which was a quality win, was because he played under control. That's just it. When he plays like the Russell Westbrook from OKC, he doesn't have that anymore. He blows so many layups. It's not even funny. You would think I was out there trying to make a layup against these guys. That's how badly he's missing these layups. By himself, wide open. You know, he can't shoot a three. They dare him to shoot the three. I believe he's shooting 18% for the year from 3-point land. And he still chucks up 3 or 4 a game. I mean, that game against Utah and the game yesterday, he played under control. I think he only took maybe 1 3-point shot. Didn't come close. But, he's playing a little more in control. When he plays under control, then we seem to have a better chance of winning. But when he's, Westbrook, or as they call him, Beastbrook, then that's when he's lousy, because Beastbrook turns into Westbrick so much. And I don't know, is the road sounder is it pretty loud, or is it okay?
You're okay, Big Dog. We hear a little bit of rattle when you run over some stuff, but no, you're okay. We know you're in a car, but that's it.
Yeah, so we hear you when you hit the homeless people.
I refer to that as speed bumps on the roadway, so please.
Okay. Sorry.
And I refer to them as what I'm hearing. I hear a whole bunch of potholes. We have them here too.
Well, what I can do, which is good, on the phone, I can actually mute my mic. On the iPad, since you upgraded me to administration, the mic and the camera are dual. I can't separate them, but here I can. So if I'm not talking, I'll keep it on. I'll mute myself, which I'm going to do right now.
I'm sorry, Big Dog, that I did that. So I gave you administrator authority. We got to bring Matt on administrator authority too, because who knows? We might do the sports opinion show one of these days in the future. But
yeah, it'd be nice to bring that back.
Oh, you heard it right
Water.
there. Okay, so right after the program, stay on with us, Matt, so we can give you administrator authority so you can do program. But anyway, yeah, Big Dog, as soon as you get back into the house after you pick up Kathy, we'll probably get a little bit more into that, because I do want to talk some Lakers. Folks, the Lakers, I was watching the game. My daughter and I went out yesterday to a restaurant in Claremont, and I was just absolutely frustrated. This was a bad show. I know they won, but they just looked bad even yesterday. And I did tell my daughter, I said, this is not a Laker team that I'm used to watching. They look old, and they look old. And how is it that you're competitive with the last place team? I mean, that's it's frustrating. I'm not going to say it's early, but there are so many veterans on this team that it is early. Maybe they will get their crap together, but they're 500 at best. This team, I don't want to be a naysayer, but right now this team is old. The attempt to get all these talented players is not working. But they are at 500 or better, so they're not losing, but the Lakers do not look good. They just do not look good. Vogel, one thing Big Dog did not mention is the blogosphere is going wild with Vogel being day-to-day. And when he lost on Thursday morning, they're like, hey, Vogel still got his job. So, I don't know. That's the blogosphere. It's going wild over that. So we'll see. So there's going to be some more Laker talk. Go ahead, Big Dog.
Along with that, there's also there were a few articles a couple of days ago after they had lost that game that Vogel's job was on the line. Within 24 hours he's going to be fired and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Another report came out that Kurt Rambis has been inserting himself into the coaching meetings and making suggestions and almost outright telling the coaches who to play, who not to play. And I believe it was, unfortunately, Bleacher Report, who has become actually slightly reputable now from their awful beginnings. They were reporting, and I think I saw CBS Sports reported also, that Rambis has threatened the coaching staff to do a better job, or they wouldn't be on the staff much longer. Of course, those are all unsubstantiated reports. But everybody's saying that what it is that Rambis wants back on the coaching bench, which is, if anybody that remembers, Rambis was not a good coach. He was an okay assistant coach, but he was not a good head coach at all whatsoever.
Big Dog, what is the position that Rambis holds with the Lakers right now?
Rambis is the special advisor to Jeannie Buss. And Rambis's wife, I can't remember her first name, sorry. She is also on the Lakers upper management staff, and she has some role, but she is one of Jeannie Buss's best friends.
All right, fair enough. Going back to Bleacher Report real quick, folks. As you know, CNN purchased Bleacher Report some years ago. So there's editorial authority behind them now. So the stories are a little more true. But Bleacher Report is still Bleacher Report. If you remember, for those of you that were watching the Couch Potato Sports program, Couch Potato was a writer with Bleacher Report. And he had inside stories which were confirmed not only by him but by the source which he wrote about. Bleacher Report ordered him to take down several of his articles because he could not confirm the story. And he said, but I do have the story confirmed and it's real and he's such and such. And he'll tell you the story. The point is they ordered him to take his articles down. He took them down and left. That was at the very beginning of Bleacher Report. But if you want to know about possible trades, and if you want to know about possible dream teams, and you want to know about the worst trades in all sports, BleacherReport.com. Check them out, because they're worthless. So anyway, all right, we're going to get to it, folks. Last week in the NFL, we had the wild card, and the first time in the history of the NFL, we had a wild card game on a Monday night. So we talked about it very briefly. The Bengals at home beat the Raiders 26-19. It was the first playoff game in NFL history in which each team made 4 field goals. Go figure. The first time in NFL history.
Actually, that was Sunday, Scorekeeper, not Monday.
What?
The game was on Sunday.
Okay. I thank you, Speedy, but I did say for the first time in the history there was a Monday night game. I was just generalizing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And if I made it sound like it was the Raider game was on Monday night, no, I apologize. It was not. No. But the first game that was played, Raiders lost to the Bengals 26-19. In the second Saturday game, what a blowout! Bills 47-17 over the Patriots. Big, absolutely big. Sorry, Tony, a little bit. I think he kind of knew. I think he went for the Eagles like we went for the Raiders, but the Buccaneers basically doubled up on the Eagles 31-15. And the first player in Tampa Bay history with the 100 receiving yards plus a reception in the playoffs. So, and then the Sunday night game, the 49ers edged the Cow. Well, didn't edge. They beat them 23-17. It was the first postseason road win versus Dallas in team history. They were previously 0-2. And in Sunday night, there were 3 games on Sunday. I apologize. The Steelers got doubled up by the Chiefs. They scored 21 points, and the Chiefs just murderized them. Am I okay with that? That's from the cartoons.
Yeah. You're cool. You made it.
He murderized him 42-21. Yeah, I don't think anyone figured the Steelers were going to win. If you did, we have a spot here with you on Sports Talk with the Guys. And then in the final game, which was a surprise to many people, the Rams just really, this was like the Bills doing it to the Patriots. The Rams just obliterated the Cardinals 34-11. And this was Matthew Stafford's first playoff career postseason win. I may have stuttered. Playoff career postseason win. Ugh. Anyway,
well, isn't it his first NFL playoff game? Or did he get Detroit there earlier? I keep thinking
you've got me on that one. I think he's been to the playoffs.
I'm just asking because I keep thinking, I keep associating Detroit with sucky, so I don't know if early on he got him there and then they sucked again. I don't know, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It's his first career win.
talking about the Rams here. How come the Rams can find a way to use Beckham Jr. and the Browns could not find a way to use this man at all? All he's doing is catching touchdowns for the Rams now, and he might. I mean, he's still in the running to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, this is, it's like the Giants could use him, and then he got stuck in this black hole with the Browns, and now he's doing it for the Rams. But he got tested for drugs again because of how he performed, and I guess every time he shows his muscles, they want to test him. I guess they don't believe the spinach story, so I don't know.
That's pretty good, Almighty. Before Big Dog comments on that one, because I think he wanted in, folks, it just happens. The Rams wanted Odell Beckham. They made it clear, and maybe it's just their joie de vivre, whatever. They're just getting along, and they're communicating. And Odell Beckham got out of a bad situation in his mind, and now he has a chance to win. I know, take away, ignore everything else. He's older. He's been around for a little while longer. I think it's just they're meshing, the chemistry. This could be one of those situations, Almighty, where it's chemistry. I don't know. Yeah,
but I'm just saying that the Browns and Beckham wasted their time. I mean, the Browns traded for him, and then they just I don't get it. I mean, I just don't. I mean, I know he was injured last year and then part of this year, but still before that, it's like, and I mean, I can understand why he was frustrated if he was not getting the ball. I mean, he was catching crazy passes in New York, comes to Cleveland, and it just runs crossing routes because they can't. I don't know. Anyway, that's old history. I'm glad he's doing well with the Rams. He deserves it. He's been on hiatus for a long time. So, I mean, if he can help the Rams, I guess that's okay.
Well, he is helping the Rams. And other than that game, okay, here we go. Tony has a comment. The problem is Baker doesn't mesh with any receiver. Okay. Could very well be. Before I go to Speedy on a comment on that one, if you guys remember the game before the Rams, I think it was on the 4th down play when Stafford found Beckham, and he had that, and Beckham all hands, man, on that. I think it was a 4th down play, a key down. Beckham just made that play. He was the guy, and dude, he's just doing well. And Gridiron says maybe it's the coaching or he likes the weather. I think it could be a combination of all that, folks.
Probably. I mean, it's funny that Gridiron Girl mentioned that because I have a huge story about that. We'll get to that later after we do our pick. Okay, because there's a lot of NFL positions that need to be filled, guys. A lot.
Yes, there is a lot. So we will get to that, folks. We're going to get to our picks right now. Thank you. We have fewer games, obviously. We only have 4, but we're going to get to them now. And I do want to thank everyone. Folks, was anyone able to post the divisional? I sent a link to you. Did you, Almighty, were you able to post the games? Or did Big Dog, did anyone post?
I don't know. I mean, I can't answer that because I think I was just going to answer him on the show. I didn't really.
Okay.
Last thing I saw was that I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I guess I could check real quick. I just
if you don't mind, because if I go to the page of Sports Talk with the Guys and we have our feed, we will hear it here. So I want to avoid it. But Almighty, if you can do that for me, just see if the post is on there for the divisional games. If not, I'll go ahead and post it right now.
Yeah, I don't think anything was posted by you or Big Dog, so.
Okay, fair enough. I will go ahead and get that post. I've got to be very shy and quick about it.
And I think we need to make a clarification here because when I was watching SmackDown last night, the idiot jackass Michael Cole first he said that the NFL playoffs would be at 4:00. And he said, no, it'll be at 7:00. He's an idiot. He doesn't get things right. and he's losing his wrestling memory as well. We'll get to that later too.
All right.
I didn't see, and the last thing I saw were the wild card results.
Okay, it's up now. So, folks, there may be changes in times, but we'll clarify it right now.
Yeah.
The link is up, and it's on the page. So I'm going to put that one, pin it to the top, but we're going to do our picks right now, and I've got to leave the page before I get the feed, and it messes up. Okay, folks, here we go. Let me go to sharing the page so we can do the games, and we're going to get to our picks right now. Let's see. Share screen, boom, and done. Okay, there we go. All right, let me remove that one. Thank you, Gridiron Girl, for the comment. Thank you, Tony, as well. Roz, I know we didn't really say hi to you early on, but thank you for that. Folks, like I said, we have our Patreon link at the bottom. But if you cannot do Patreon, we love that you're here with us. We love the likes. The likes are good as well. If you can't do Patreon, we got a like already right there. And I appreciate it. Gridiron Girl, thank you. Roz, Dreem. Dude, we got a like from Dreem and Sports Talk with the Guys and Tony. Thank you. All right, first game that we're going to get to is at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. It is the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Tennessee Titans. It's at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. It's on CBS. The Bengals are 13th in offense. The Titans are 17th. In defense, the Bengals are 18th. Titans are 12th. In passing, the Bengals are 7th. The Titans are 24th. And in rushing, the Titans are 5th. Bengals are 23rd. Last time these two teams played was over a year ago, bordering on a year and a few months. Tennessee lost to the Bengals 20-31 at Cincinnati on October 31st, 2020. Big Dawg normally does the betting line for us, but he's not here at the moment. So we're just going to get to it. And I'm going to start right with Almighty. What's it going to be, Almighty? What is your pick?
I am going to take the Titans.
All right. Speedy, what's it going to be? Because Gridiron Girl is going to take the Bang. I'm sorry. Roz, the color maven, is going to be taking the Bengals. All right.
I think I'm going to take the Lions on this one.
Oh, you're going to take the Bengals? All right, got it. All right. Sorry. Tony says, this is the toughest pick for me. I want the Bengals to win, but I think the Titans are a more physical team.
Yeah, that's what I feel too.
So are you going to go with the Titans?
Yeah, I'm going with the Titans.
Okay. So then Speedy's actually going to go with the Titans then. And then Tony is going to call it 27-23 in favor of the Titans. Oh, man. The Bengals do look good. They do look hot, but I think they are the better team. Scorekeeper is going to go with the Titans on this one. Gridiron Girl. Oh, hija de su. Gridiron Girl is going to go with the Bengals. All right. So we'll see what the Big Dog tells us in a moment. But it's, folks, ignoring last week, these are going to be fun games. These are going to be all-out battles. There is not a bad game here, in my humble opinion. You got Bengals and Titans. Yes, their record is where it is, but these are two good teams. And it's going to be fun watching this game. And I'm stuck, so I have appointments all day, but I might have it playing in the background. So, the next game that we're going to get to, of course, is the San Francisco 49ers versus the Green Bay Packers at 5:15 p.m., and this game is on Fox. Location is at Lambeau Field. You're getting teams that are now closer and evenly matched. On offense, 49ers 7th, Packers 10th. On defense, the Packers are 9th, the 49ers are 3rd. In passing, the 49ers are 12th, the Packers are 8th. And in rushing, the 49ers have a clear advantage, 7th, and the Packers are 18th. Last time these two teams played, on September 26, 2021, so this was just a few weeks ago, the Packers edged the 49ers to 28. All right. We already have a pick in, and it looks like Roz is going to go with the 49ers. Tony says the Cheeseheads are going to take it 24-17. So we're going to go to Speedy on this one first. Speedy, what's it going to be?
I'm glad that me and Tony are actually agreeing on teams today. This is great. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. Because remember back to the last time that the Niners actually went to the Super Bowl, and what did I tell you guys? They're not going to win. They're not going to win. And they're not going to win. And a few people at several different churches, even Catholic churches, were like, well, I'll bet you this and I'll bet you that. I said, fine. We'll see what happens at the Super Bowl. And what happened at the Super Bowl that year? They lost. And I won all the bets, including a giant Mexican burrito, Scorekeeper.
Oh, that's right. The Mexican burrito. Okay, but I do want to tell you, Matt, there's an exaggeration on your story. You only said it twice that they were going to win, not 3 times. So.
I know. I didn't say it 3 times here on the show. I said it twice here on the show. But with everybody,
you only said it once then.
With everybody else, I told everybody one time to their faces, and that's how my friend Gonzalo was like, I have to spend like $25 for a burrito for you. Like, well, thank you. That's your money, not mine. I didn't lose the bet.
That's a big burrito in any world, folks. $25 for a burrito? Wow. Gridiron Girl says that she's going to take the 49ers. Almighty, I'm interested. What are you going to... Not the burrito. I'm interested in your pick.
Well, my burrito only costs $4.99 at Taco Bell, but, you know. And that means it wasn't really a burrito either, so it's... I'm going to go with...
Well, Taco Bell burritos are not really burritos. That's why I went to a real Mexican place.
Yeah, I know. But I said the Taco Bell is not really a burrito. Who knows what it is? But anyway, I'm going with the Packers.
All right. Almighty.
Good.
I do like the 49ers, but yeah,
I don't know. It's going to be in the frozen tundra.
Yeah, I'm going with the Packers as well. So,
I mean, not that that means anything, but usually, you know, I don't know. I just think the Packers are on a roll.
Yeah. As much as it disgusts me, yeah, they are. So it's all good. All right, folks, we're going to get to the next game, and 2 good teams are going against each other. And it's going to be the Rams visiting the Buccaneers. It's on Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific time on NBC. It's at Raymond James Stadium. This one's going to be ridiculously easy to pick for me. You know who I'm going for. But in my heart, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm hoping the Rams would win. But I think it's, I think it's going to be Tampa Bay. But anyway, the Rams are 9th in offense. The Buccaneers are 2nd. Wow. In team defense, the Buccaneers are 13th. The Rams are 17th. In passing, Brady is number 1, and the Rams are 5th. That's rather impressive. And in rushing, doesn't matter. They're equally matched. Rams 25, Tampa Bay 26. Last time these 2 teams played, the Rams beat the Buccaneers 34-24 in Los Angeles on September 25th, 2021. So, we already have the picks flying, and Gridiron Girl is calling the Rams. All right. Tony says it's going to be Tampa Bay 27-20. So, Almighty, we'll go to you. Roz, what's it going to be? But go ahead, Almighty.
I'm going to go with... Gosh damn it!
I told you they're good games. They're going to.
I'm going to go with the Buccaneers.
Okay. Speedy.
You know, in going with this game here, and I was so pulling for the Rams to win a few weeks ago, but they didn't win that game. because of what we talked about earlier, foul inventory by the referee. But they admitted their mistake on that game immediately. But I think for this game, I think the Rams are going to take it, and they're going to win.
Oh, wow. So, all right. Speedy's going to go with the Rams. All right. Roz did say a moment ago that she hates the Rams, but she's sticking with girl power. So I guess all Speedy is supporting the girl power. I don't know. This
No,
is tough. I think the Buccaneers are clear, and I think they're going to win. But I'm reaching on this one, and this will be my surprise pick. I'm not going to tell the world that I like Brady or anything, and he is the greatest of all time, but I'm going to go with the Rams on this one. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. I should pick the Buccaneers so I could stay in this race, but no. I think I'm going to regret this one because the greatest of all time is playing, but I like the Rams.
But he's had a few off-kilter games. I mean,
he has.
So
yes, he has.
I think if the Rams win, it's going to be a pass to Beckham in the end zone.
Oh, all right. Pass to Beckham in the end zone. All right.
That could happen. That could happen.
If Rams win.
But that's the winning touchdown right there. He makes a one-handed grab in the end zone and game over.
All right. That's cool. I did put that little comment right there. Scorekeeper, no regrets. Oh, Gridiron Girl. I do have regrets. So, yeah. Hey, Gridiron Girl, I hope you're doing well, young lady. And I'm not going to put it out there, but I just hope you're doing well, young lady. I'm glad you're with us this morning. Been thinking about you. So, it's all good. All right, folks, we're going to get to it. But, yes, you are so right. But I do have regrets. But anyway, all right. Buffalo Bills, 11-6 against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday at 3:30 p.m. These are two powerhouse teams. Wow. It's going to be, of course, at Arrowhead Stadium. Passing or offense, Bills are 5th, Chiefs are 3rd. Wow. In defense, the Bills are 1st, the Chiefs are 27th. Excuse me. I apologize. In passing, Chiefs are 4th, the Bills are 9th. And in rushing, the Bills are 6th, the Chiefs are 16th. Last time these two teams played, the Bills obliterated the Chiefs 38-20 on October 20th, 2021. So it was kind of early in the season. It was somewhere around maybe week 5, 6, whatever. But it's when Kansas City had not gotten their act together. And they got blown out. They almost got doubled up. So there it is. What's it going to be, gentlemen? What are we going to do with this one? Speedy, we're going to go to you first. Tony says the Bills. 33-20. Wow. All right, Speedy. What are you going to do?
No, Tony actually said 33-30, not 20.
Yes, he did. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I'm going to go with the Bills on this one. So is everybody else in the chat room. The Bills are going to do it. But you know what I'm hoping for all of these games, even if they overlap? I am hoping that starting today, later this afternoon, into tomorrow, that all of these games overlap each other by going into overtime. More football, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Gridiron Girl says Bills are going to win. Roz says the Bills are going to win. Roz, I need your pick for the Rams and Buccaneers, please. And Almighty, I am going with the Bills. Who are you going with, young man?
You cock fuckers. I'm going to go with the Bills. But according to NFL rules, these games cannot overlap.
Oh, that's right.
We'd have to finish one game before they start the other one. I see what you're saying, but they're not. They have to hold those things off until whatever.
Well, they did this right before Christmas. They went
that was regular season. This is a playoffs. No one's gonna no. Ever since the Heidi game, they don't cut away anymore. And that was a long time ago. I mean, that was decades ago. But that was a tough pick. That was a tough pick for me because everybody's taking the Bills. I'm thinking, man, the Bills. But what about the Chiefs? But man, I don't know. I'm taking the Bills because the Chiefs have their moments.
Yes, they do, especially with Patrick Mahomes.
So I don't. It's tough. Like, you don't know what Bills team's going to show up either. I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. But why not? That'd be interesting for the Chiefs to exit this early in the playoffs too.
Yeah, it is a divisional round. We still have the conference.
So what are we talking about here? We're talking about the Bills and the
Bills, Chiefs, and then you have Rams, Buccaneers. So
the other AFC team. So we're talking Bills and Titans next week for some of us. Or Bills and Bengals, because I think everybody picked the Bills, right?
Everyone right now is picking the Bills, yes.
I mean, I know we don't have Pedro Grande's pick yet, but when we do, he might follow suit.
And
if not, we'll counsel him.
You're right. As a matter of fact, Nerdvana did, I believe, send me his picks, so I should have seen this. Forgive me. Did he send them to me? How did Nerdvana send them to me? Oh, damn. Maybe it was an email or... yeah, I'll have to see. Nerdvana did send them to me in advance. I don't know where they are at the moment. So if a Nerdvana is watching us right now, I don't know where your picks are. I don't see them via text. Oh, wait. Maybe they were via text. Let me see. Forgive me. Nerdvana is a friend of mine, so don't judge me. Oh, no. Okay, so I don't have those. All right. I'll have to find them, but I did get picks from someone else. Big Dog will update it in a little bit. Okay, so we're all going with the Bills. That's going to be it, folks. That is crazy. Those are all the games, man. So I'm going to kill this for right now. And we're good. We've got all the picks in. I'm going to post these shortly. And I've got to find where Nerdvana sent me these. So I'm going to put them up right now. And we've got them. Please go ahead and verify them. And let me see. Forgive me a moment, folks. I'm updating it. So, Almighty.
Yeah.
What's another story that you want to get to right now?
Another one that I want to get to right now. Well, let's go with this one. Let's see here. What day was this? Yeah. Not even a week later, Raiders quarterback Nate Hobbs decided for driving 110 miles per hour on freeway in Las Vegas following DUI charge. Okay. So you can always tell what teams do not make the playoffs or out of the playoffs because their players are cut loose and they start running wild. And there's two more stories like this, and they get worse and worse as we move on. So, I mean, he was doing, what was the blah, 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 found himself in more trouble. So I guess it's in his first time. Less than 2 weeks after he was arrested on a DUI charge, was cited for driving more than 110 miles in Las Vegas freeway, according to 8 News Now. So it looks like he was arrested a few weeks ago for DUI. It says less than 2 weeks after he was arrested, he was pulled over again, or at least speeding. Oh my gosh, this man is,
I don't get it. And he has a teammate that killed someone.
Yeah, Ruggs was the person. That was Ruggs, yeah. So now he's, and this was at 11:45 a.m. That was Hobbs. This was, well, anyway,
Wow, really?
yeah, Hobbs, less than 2 weeks after he was arrested on a DUI charge, was cited for driving more than 100 miles an hour on a Las Vegas freeway, like I said. And he was also arrested earlier this month again for driving under the influence. And what? Wow. Says Las Vegas on driving. It says Hobbs was arrested earlier this month. He was found asleep in a parking garage on an exit ramp. He was found asleep. So they booked him on that. So
That's crazy.
So this is 2 incidents in less than and 2 week period. So here we go, people. So here it is, and that's one story I have. So we can move on to someone else now. I may still have something to add, Raj.
Speedy, what do you want to add to that?
Well, I'd just like to add, excuse me, I'd just like to add that, in most states, I know that they don't have misdemeanors in most states. Most states, they go straight to a felony. But here in California, we have the three strikes law that was created in 2002. So he's probably, if he was in California, he would have 3 misdemeanors right now and a felony. Well, the first one would probably be minor felony because you did
California get rid of the felonies.
Yeah, here in California, some states don't even have the felony. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Remember,
but if he was pulled over earlier for DUI, he doesn't have a license. They would have taken it, right?
Well, I don't know. In Nevada, I'm not familiar with the rules, but
but usually that's standard. But I guess, I guess I don't know either.
That's what I'm saying. All states are different.
Yeah, bureaucracy must be served, folks. Unfortunately, I do know someone.
But usually I know this state. If you get pulled over, they take your license because doesn't matter because you failed your breathalyzer. You just lose it automatic. I mean, you don't. There is no wait to go to court. They take it.
In California, and I believe Gridiron Girl knows a little bit about this, so she's still with us. I understand that the first one is a 30-day suspension, but it has to go through the procedure.
Yeah.
You don't lose it right away.
No.
You could actually drive home once you...
Oh, my gosh. Especially being in the conservative counties they're in, I mean, you get busted, your license is taken, you probably lose it up to 6 months to a year. I mean, they don't...
it's 30 days.
Yeah,
I believe it's just 6 months after that, and then I don't know what happens. I thought once you had your third DUI, your license was gone. I mean, gone! As in, tough shit, pal, you can't get it back. But I think it was either changed or it was my misinterpretation.
Well, people got tired of having people with 7 DUIs still having their license and driving around. So
that's the point I'm making here, guys, is that every state has different rules and regulations.
Yes.
But they all have the same rule. The number one rule applies to all states, which is when the officer comes to you and goes, Scorekeeper, this is not an admission of guilt. I just need you to sign your name on the bottom line. This is letting you know, as an officer, I'm letting you know, this is your signature is telling us that you promise to appear in court if you want to fight this with the judge and see if you keep your license or not. After that, it's out of our hands.
What I will tell the officer right away, because I've done so, I said, by the way, officer, I have to let you know that you are not being recorded. You are live on the internet. You may proceed now. Oh, yeah, because if it's recorded, they'll get the phone and they'll break it. They'll do a lot of these. So I tell them, go ahead, pal. You're being recorded. By the time you find the camera, you're all over the internet. So you may proceed. Oh, the instant jackassity. You could see it. Because I tell you can't record me. I said, oh, you're not being recorded. This is live. There's a difference. say hi to the internet. But anyway.
Well, if he can record you with a body cam, you should be able to do the
Actually,
same
you
thing.
can. It's been established. But
Well, yeah, yeah, because it's public.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in the public. I mean, there are people that don't want their picture, that want people to stop being able to take pictures of cosplayers, but it's part of the First Amendment. I mean, you're out in public, so you're thinking about. I mean, your privacy thing. Since you're in public, you don't expect any privacy.
Right. There's no expectation of privacy.
Yeah, that's all. I was trying to fart that out, and I was having a hard time with that. So I'm sorry about that. But anyway,
okay.
I don't. Yeah, like you said, DUI laws are different all over the place. But you would hope that 2 weeks will get him to lose his license more than 30 days.
Well, if you want to talk about that with Scorekeeper, go to YouTube and look up Audit the Audit, where they talk about that stuff. This is a sports show. We got to get back to that here.
Why?
Are you trying to point out that I got on one of those programs? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Anyway, all kidding aside, Audit the Audit talks about that stuff. But all kidding aside, Almighty Speedy, if a cop comes up to me, I tell him, you may give me the ticket, and that's it. I don't have to sign. I'm not going to sign. Look, because I can choose to go AWOL if I want. But anyway, first of all, I'm not going to get caught drinking because I don't drink. If I do drink, I stay, or someone else is driving. I've always been the designated driver. So, folks, I see no difference in football players, baseball players, hockey players, or whatever. Knowing who they are, if they even raise their hand to their partner, they can be suspended by the NFL. I believe that drinking and driving 110 miles, folks, in any state, that's an exhibition of speed. That, almighty, in our day, Speedy, I'm not sure, and I'm not trying to come down on you on this, but almighty, if they ever nailed us for 110, it's not even a question, dude. They're hauling our ass in. Okay? It's serious, 110 miles per hour. I believe the NFL players should automatically be suspended if they're driving that fast.
Well, back in the day, if you could cross the county line, but now there's no such thing. They can go anywhere they want to. But back in the you saw Porky's. You know what that.
Oh, certainly did. Yeah.
You know what that's all about.
Speedy, to get back to that thing, they shouldn't look. I have no problem with people drinking. I'm not that kind of a person. If you do it, you do whatever. But the moment you get behind a car and you decide to drive, that's it. You're done. You're making the league look bad. You're making yourself look bad. You're making family, and you are potentially going to kill someone. And in California, we take a dim view on drunk driving. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone, but it's 30-day suspension. The second one is 6 months, and then the one after that, it's like an entire year.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to say, now that you brought that up, by the time I was 14 years old in 95, 96, somewhere in there, they had changed the law. I'm sure you remember this because Big Dawg was here in California at the time too, that it had changed from reckless driving to excessive speeding, which is a fine of, at the time, it was $350 for excessive. And of course now it's, well, $500, especially with the red light cameras all over. But if it's over that speed, yeah, you're definitely getting arrested, but you're still going to get the promissory note to sign or not sign. As Scorekeeper said, you can be an idiot and not sign it and have an attitude. But then that's when most drunks get the idea of, I'm going to kick out the cop's window. No, I'll use my elbow too. Then you'll look even more stupid when you find out that you see yourself on camera when the officers go, look what you were doing last night. You don't think you were drunk? Watch this. Look what you did to my police car. You kicked out the window. We had to hog tie you. I love it when people get hog tied in cop cars for kicking out the windows. That's funny.
Folks, in California, the penalties range from $390 to $1,000, and it's a misdemeanor on the first one.
Yeah.
But we all know it can get up to $10,000. That's just the way it is. And the second one, actually, I don't know what that one is, but I'm going to find it. But it can get nasty, folks. And I have
the second one where?
In California.
Oh.
But I was going to tell the story, and it was a comment about I had a client that got a DUI, and a week later got a second DUI. So, but he hadn't lost his license yet because of the administrative procedure. You get to appeal it, you get to do a lot of stuff, but yeah, it was a lot of money. He didn't kill anyone, but he was doing, he drove twice. And the reason why he got the second one was because he was depressed over things that were going on. Look, I'm not going to justify it. I know why he got it, but yeah, I just, it's pretty bad.
So in Las Vegas, he's going to have an alcohol interlock on his ignition, so he can't start his car for 185 days and he can spend up to 6 months in jail for each one. So they'll probably whatever sentence they'll get, they'll probably run concurrently anyway, or time served. I don't know what's going to happen, but like you said, the first two are misdemeanors, and the third one is a felony.
Yeah, I'm not certain, but folks, I'm wrong. They've been. I have the most updated one. The first DUI in California, suspension of 4 months or longer, up to 6 months in jail, fines and fees up to $3,600, and the cost can get up to $15,649. You have to go to 3 months of DUI school, 3 and up. Possible installation of an ignition interlock device in your vehicle, and 3 to 5 years DUI probation. That's what it is now. So even if you still don't have a DUI in your record, it could screw you. Second one, suspension up to 2 years, up to 1 year in jail, fines up to $4,000, 18 months or 30 months of DUI school, mandatory installation of an ignition interlock device, and 3 to 5 years DUI probation. These penalties are a bit harsher than the first. If you face a second offense DUI, you most likely face one or more of the above penalties. And the third one is suspension up to 3 years, 1 year, up to 6 months in state prison.
Ooh.
Fines and fees up to $18,000, 30 months of DUI school, mandatory installation, and 3 to 5 years DUI probation. And the fourth DUI, it gets worse and worse.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
In California.
Oh, yeah, and if you're under 21, they get effed.
Yeah, I know.
Not in the way they want either. Oh, and then if you kill someone, that's different. Yeah,
Yeah, the things start getting really, really bad.
Yeah, I told you guys the first offense could be $10,000. It's up to $15,000 average fees. So yeah, California takes a dim view of DUIs or DWIs, driving while under the influence or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It has different wording in the different states.
Yeah.
This guy with Las Vegas, dude, 110 miles per hour, drunk, he should be suspended big time in the NFL. You want to put an end to it, if a player is caught driving, 6 months suspension during the season minimum, if not a year. If drugs are the same thing, hey, if you take performance-enhancing drugs, there you go. I believe it should be that way as well.
Well, I'm sure the NFL is going to hand down some punishment too. Like you said, Raj, he'll probably get suspended because he's had 2 troubles in 2 weeks. So maybe he's going to get suspended. Probably a big old fine too.
Yeah, because this is a violation of the morality code in the NFL.
Yeah.
But folks, this isn't an issue of morality. This is an issue of an old man. I need 2 minutes. I'll be back. The coffee. Sorry. I'll be back, gentlemen. Almighty, you have the con. You have the bridge.
What? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. You have the bridge. It's Star Trek parlance.
What beside
Almighty,
here, Speedy?
And don't talk back to me.
Hey,
He said don't talk back to him, so don't talk back to him.
I don't know. So, I was like, you got anything, Speedy? You haven't said much about anything.
Yeah, well, now we can get to it. I talked earlier about it. Now we can get to it officially. And that starting yesterday, actually, let me take a page out of Scorekeeper's book here. Let's back up, ladies and gentlemen, because the coaching problem that we discussed earlier about hitting his own players and stuff like that, he might be added to this list too, because starting yesterday, almost all the teams in the NFL are looking for new general managers and new coaches. Starting yesterday, the Giants hired Joe Schmosh as their new GM. But as I discussed earlier, there are still plenty of jobs that need to be filled around the league for GM and head coaching jobs. The Bears, the Raiders, and Vikings are the three teams currently without a GM. Each of these teams will likely fill that position before deciding who they will then hire as the head coach. I don't know why the NFL started doing this, but I think you should hire a head coach first before you hire a GM. Amadi, what do you think about this little change here?
That is a philosophical issue. And it might it depends on who you're trying to please. Because sometimes the general manager wants to bring in their own coach. And sometimes the team brings in the coach and tries to find, and then he wants to find a GM that will work with him to build the team. But it depends because sometimes the GM, you hire the GM first and he wants to be the one to pick the coach. That way he gets credit for a winning coach. You see how that works? And sometimes, and sometimes it's vice versa, but I really don't have an opinion. That just depends. It just depends if these guys can work together. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter who's hired first. They're still going to have to work together, because if you have a power struggle between these two people, then you're not going to go anywhere fast, especially at draft day and anything else, because you'll be on a different page trying to take over. So really it's a matter of who gets along with who. And I like I said, it depends on how big it, sometimes I don't know. I think it might be a team thing of who they think they should hire first, or switch it up a little bit, because I really have no opinion on it. It's just got to work. I mean, it doesn't matter who's hired first. They still got to work together, no matter who's hired first. Your goal is to win a Super Bowl, not have a power struggle in your organization, which makes you a last place team like the Jaguars and others. So that's my opinion. You just want people that can get along and work together.
All right. Well, perfect timing that Scorekeeper and Big Dog joined us at the same time. Welcome back, guys.
Hola.
Scorekeeper got back from a coffee break. He had to fill in. Well,
I had an empty and refill.
Yeah. Understood.
What happened to that big mug you had versus the small cup you're using? Didn't you have a?
It's a 16-ounce mug. It's getting ready for tax season. It's
okay.
away. You're right. Folks, I'm thankful. I purchased this one because it's a Federation one, but I've been given mugs by my clients, and there was a super big one. You're right. I hid that one away because sometimes someone breaks them.
It's from the Federation, that one?
Yeah, this one has a Federation seal on it, which is a seal I've always liked.
So what part of Battlestar Galactica is that again?
Big Dog, the thing is, you're not that stupid. You're not. And I understand that you're bringing back that glorious moment in history, which is I couldn't make that up. I'm. People were like, "Rod, you're so funny." No, I'm not that funny. I'm not. She was just a stupid, dumb bitch. That's all it was. And oh yeah, she was. She was just a stupid, dumb bitch.
No, I'm talking about the ones you had, like the really long ones.
Okay,
Or-
okay. First of all, I don't need a cup for that. And second, I would never have a San Francisco one. Hell no.
Well, my second one is just plain green.
I do have them, and they either go to and from work and stuff. I do use.
Okay,
Those. Yeah,
I was just curious. I've seen you with them on the show before, so but now the last 2 years you've been using those cups. Okay.
Well, the reason why I have this cup now is because my assistant, my executive assistant, she's been promoted up. Production. Anyway, my executive assistant, he commented about me using. that was funny.
That was funny.
Well, I was stupid, based on production, just got moved up. Anyway, she got all over me over my cup. She goes, "You know you're supposed to wash that cup after every use." I'm like, you mean not every month? She lost her mind when I said that.
You got to get a good build up in that cup.
Exactly.
Come on. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, ladies, but we're guys. We don't do that. Even when I order a pizza, I know people like to refill, pizza with a different paper plate. Most guys don't do that. I use the same paper plate because why would you do that?
And guys, I'm not sure about you gentlemen, but what we'll have the habit of doing is we'll use the same paper plate, but we'll just get a second one, right?
Yep, exactly.
We'll get our use out of it, but it was
that comment, Scorekeeper, that reminded me of what you just said there. That last comment by you reminded me of the original Ninja Turtles movie when April O'Neil was like, "You guys need napkins?" And Michelangelo goes, "What do we need those for?" She goes, "Oh my God."
Yep, that's
but you might have ruined it with your assistant, Scorekeeper, because if she thinks you're not washing your cup but once a week or so or once a month, she might be thinking, what else is he not washing only once a month?
Oh, look, first of all, she's too smart for that. But I do want to say, my brother, Fausto, a man I respect and admire, he's watching the program. We just got a like on my personal page. The reason why we can't see it here is because it's on my personal page. I just happened to take a look. Fausto, we were talking about the Raiders. Ugh! So I'm looking forward to meeting my brother. I haven't seen him in a few years. And this year we're going to visit and catch a few minor league games, provided they are playing. Actually, I think the minor leagues are going to play. So I'm so looking forward to it. I contacted him about 2 months ago. And I said, hey, dude, we got to get together.
Aren't the minor leagues using the robot ref again this year?
Well, that is a story, and I want to thank
umpire. Excuse me.
Yes, I want to thank Andre for posting that one. Oh, that's funny, Fausto, Andre. Yeah, same class. Andre posted the article that they're going to do it in AAA now. That's the highest they've gone so far. And Almighty, Speedy, Big Dog, you guys know we've been talking about this for years. At least 3 to 4 years now. We've seen the progression. And you noticed my or if you guys did see my comment on Andre's, look, I'm for the human element. You guys know that. It's part of what it is. Because when you bring the technology in, just look at the NFL, how they've screwed up everything. Look at the Major League Baseball, the sliding. Oh my God. How do you slide properly? And you can't even be near a runner at home plate without facing possible ejection. So when you bring technology into the game, it's just, in my humble opinion, it ruins it. So this thing about the robo-ump, it's going to happen. but it's how solid the technology is going to be. Do you guys know that this is the plan where they're going to have the machine call the balls and strikes? But if there's a disconnect or the call isn't made or it's not read, the ump is still going to be there to make the call.
That's stupid.
At least,
Yeah.
the system has its kinks worked out. Almighty, what were you going to say? That's stupid? did Big Dog take the words right out of your mouth?
Yeah. It doesn't make, if you're going to have him back there anyway, have him call the game. I mean, I don't like it either. I mean, they probably call us old school or Gen X or boomers, but have at it. But still, I just think it just makes it too impersonal. And it's just like, well, why bother watching? Because bad calls are part of the game.
Yes.
I mean, just think of it. I mean, if they had RoboCops back in the day, Billy Martin wouldn't kick sand on a umpire. And what's the fun of? And that was part of the game, watching Billy Martin go off, or other managers go off on the umpire or a pitcher. But you can't argue with the machine. Well, I guess you maybe go up and bust it up. I don't know, but
You tip it over.
tip it over. Yeah, take unplug it. I don't know, but yeah, I'm the same with you, Raj. I just think that it's a human game. Humans, and you're going too far with the electronic umpire. Because anyway, I just don't like it.
Yeah, because see the thing here, and I know Tony is waiting to find out who these new GMs and coaches are going to fill their spots, and I'll get back to that after I make this comment. But the thing about that is, last Saturday when the first NFL playoff game came on, and the very first penalty of that game went down, the announcers were like, well, if you're wondering why this guy over here is standing next to the coach, that's because the NFL has, for this year, they've appointed 2 Super Bowl referees as well as the playoff crew that's actually on the field. That way they don't have to run back and forth versus a regular game. And I went, okay, so they've got replay referees, Super Bowl referees, and then the regular referees. So for all these mistakes, and plus the team in New York, why were there so many problems with all these games if they had all these officials as well as the extra Super Bowl officials that were there? And well, this is probably what the AI robots are going to look like if something bad happens, like the Scorekeeper was saying.
It's interesting.
So in what?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, in what capacity were? So they already know who the Super Bowl officials are. Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
because he's saying they're Super Bowl officials.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
So so they're on the sidelines next to the coach. What is their capacity? Are they just watching the game? Are they actually contributing to the game? I mean, why are they next to a coach? What's the reasoning?
They were there because a play had went down where it required them to measure it, and the coach was asking the referee, the Super Bowl referee next to him, are we getting it down, or are they just measuring it just to measure it? And he was trying to say, is this going to be like, let's not throw the Raiders index card thing in there. And they go, no, we're going to actually measure it. They're going to do that. Just hold on a second. So their role is to basically fill the coach in on what is actually taking place with the referees on the field. That way the referees on the field, for the playoffs at least, don't have to run back and forth like in regular games.
So in other words, so they have earphones and then they just
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong. And I was going to go to Big Dog because I wanted to ask him. Baseball, as you guys know, baseball adds 2 umpires in the playoffs down the lines. So I guess this is the NFL's version of adding additional refs for the game to be.
I would say no, because they have no say so in the game. All they're doing is just saying, well, this is what they're saying on the field. So the guy on the field doesn't have to run 40 yards to the coach to say, "Yeah, it's your ball."
But don't they have a hand signal for that?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
first down?
Yeah,
Like
I
first
don't
down?
know. I don't know why the Super Bowl, Super Bowl officials are even there.
It just
I mean,
seems
you
like
could
he's
you could
playing
get
messenger.
you could get the water boy to give the same message.
Yeah.
Hey, this is what they said on the field. I mean,
don't know.
Well, fair enough. I guess it's just going to be a ref that has nothing other than just to communicate with. And, I get that, guys, because, players run out to ask the ref what's going on. And I'm thinking that once they have their conference, instead of going over, because we have seen them,
yeah,
they go over to see the head coaches and then they make a decision. So I guess it's going to speed up the game. Yeah. Yeah. I'm laughing with you, Big Dog. So, but I wanted to ask you, Big Dog, does the NBA add? So, actually, this is not like Major League Baseball.
3 referees.
Yeah.
What they do is they do have,
which was the best thing the NBA could have done in the last so many years.
In the playoffs, they do add a 4th referee, but he's only standby in case one of the 3 refs get hurt.
Well, that's the other thing that the announcers had said at halftime. The halftime crew said, "We know that there's been some confusion from fans, but they're here just in case another referee, for example, gets hurt or injured, or suddenly gets ill on the job."
Oh, hey, didn't that happen this year? Didn't that happen in the NFL where someone actually had to leave the game?
Yeah, they made they made the referee leave, and then he came back about 10 minutes later.
But I think the ref got hurt or something, right?
He got ill or something.
Oh, yeah. Something.
And then they took him, and then he came back like 10 minutes later. But I had a baseball question because you were talking about the slide, how that you can't get near the slide, the person sliding, anymore. Otherwise, you might face a fine. Is Mike Scioscia's blocking of the plate, is that still allowed?
No. Unless you are in the process of receiving the ball and you move. No, Mike Scioscia blocking the plate was always illegal. In any world, it was always illegal. We know that. But he got away with it because he was a nice guy, and there were very few collisions with him. It was illegal all the way.
It was innovative for him to even go for it. I mean, because he was a pro at dropping that left leg down.
Scioscia wasn't the only one, but the thing with Scioscia was he was a bulldog. Well, no, the Saint Bernard, right? The bulldog was Hershiser.
Yeah, he was the Saint Bernard.
Scioscia,
he could take a hit.
I was about to say that. Scioscia, God bless the fool, he had no fear. He belted everyone, and they belted him, and Scioscia would get up each and every time. So it was understood back then if he was going to block, the runners knew he was going to block. So it was understood. And that was a little different. And there were Jack Clark. Remember? Jack Clark bowled him over, but knocked both of them on their butts.
But didn't he held on to the ball though, didn't he? I can't remember.
I think he did.
Yeah,
I think he did.
There were very few times that Scioscia dropped the ball. He almost never dropped that ball.
Yeah, Scioscia had balls in a stupid way. But that's how he won games. And, let me tell you, he made a lot of plays at home. But his blocking of the plate is illegal because the runner has the base path. So, now we talked about it years ago when the San Francisco Giant catcher that just retired, what was the name of your catcher?
Buster Posey.
Posey. That takeout by that runner, it was deliberate at Posey. Yeah, it was the cheapest shot of cheapest shots. The runner went into him. And you still see runners angling for the catcher. Like, hey, you still have room to slide. But no, they're angling for the catcher. And I was talking to my daughter and my assistant the other day about baseball. It was my job to, being the to exact justice on the field of play. We'll leave it at that. I told them there was one time. It was really funny. I wanted this bastard. There was no doubt I wanted him. And it was so obvious. I think everyone knew the batter had an idea. I stood up to take the call. Catcher signaled me, and I was like, that was my gesture. Because you could see he was flashing the signs, and I was like, and I looked at the batter all the way, and it was obvious. I was stunned that I didn't kick it out of the game. I hit him, and I got him good in the ribs. But I looked at the catcher, and I was like, yeah, don't give a shit whatever you're calling. And I made eye contact with the batter, and I did not let it go. It was obvious, dude. In today's world,
yeah, I was going to say, in today's world, you'd be gone almost every game.
Oh, I'd have a 10-game suspension. Oh, hell yeah.
Well, don't you think they should put a stop to that? Because when you brought up Buster Posey, it reminded me of what happened at the 2010 World Series. Because twice in that same game, the runner came at Buster Posey and took him out below his knees. Like, what is this? A leg chop? This is not wrestling. And they were like, well, whatever. And they had to take Buster off the field for a while, but he came back, but it happened again. Because the runner came running at him.
I thought once they took him out of the game in the All-Star game, we don't come back.
No, because the player had chopped out Buster Posey's knee the first time.
But I thought once you were taken out of the game in the All-Star game, you don't come back. Once you're out, I mean, you've done your time because there's so many players in the All-Star game.
There is only one position that can come back, and that's the catcher.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Didn't know that. Okay.
It's all right. No, don't worry about that. But that's okay. Look, Matt, dude, I don't like dirty plays. I don't, and I lived for the crap if they ever did dirty stuff for us. I was one of the first ones that would, that's bullshit, dude. And you're playing the game, you're playing to win. If you're going to be a dirty player, we'll get you, fucker. We'll get you on the field. You know what? And I'll leave it at that. And I'm old now. But I was one of the ones. And I wasn't the only one, folks. Okay? Sometimes you would actually see the other team. You would see the older guys. It's not exactly. You would see them say, what are you doing, you jackass? And those are the good guys that are like, what are you doing? It's a game, you jackass. We're out to win. This dirty stuff has no place. And they would warn them and say, you see that dumb tall motherfucker? He's going to come in the game and he's going to go for you. And sure enough. Or if I was at first base, oh, dude. My pitchers, they would throw in and I would, miss the ball. And he would get it in the ribs, sliding back into first. There are a lot of ways that you can get these little craps. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I ended.
There's a funny meme. There's a funny meme that I found. I posted it on my personal page. You can check it out there. Where a baseball player, it seems like there's. I know it's going to sound redundant, but it kind of reminds me of the film Angels in the Outfield, because they can't get this guy out. But this happened in real life, so if you want to check it out on my personal Facebook page, go ahead, because I don't know how they missed tagging the guy out. He bunted the ball, and then he's going back and forth between first and second, but they forgot about the guy on third base, so he goes and scores, and it's like, well, now what? And they keep trying to chase the guy, but he gets to second base, and he finally makes it to third base, and they're like, well, how are they not tagging this guy? Is he invisible, or... So... Like,
it's a good movie. It's a fun movie, folks.
He was great at tag. That's what he was.
He was great at tag. Very good. Big Dog, thank you for returning. We did the picks. I do apologize. If you can go ahead and either give us the picks or we will post them however you want to do it. But the picks have been posted now. And
it's already up? Okay, yeah, I'll put it in before the game starts.
All right, thank you. I do want to say, folks, Nirvana did send me the picks this week. But since I've been stupid, I've been doing a lot of stuff. I cannot find the email, text, or whatever he sent me. But Nirvana did send me their picks, and I've got to find them. So I did state it. If Nirvana's watching, I need you to send them to me because I can't find them by text. I can't find them by instant messenger. And I looked on email. So Nirvana, I need your picks, please. So I'm gonna text him and see if I could have him again.
And just real quick, last week's games, since we're doing, it's a contest again.
Wait, last week's games for what?
Well, playoffs. I was going to go over the standings. Remember, you have a contest going on for the playoffs.
Oh, our
cumulative.
standings, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. When you said the standings, I was like, oh, well, we kind of already did that. But yes, please, Big Dog.
So, Dreem and Coffee were 6-0.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, way to go.
Gridiron Girl was 5-1, 83.3%. Myself, Scorekeeper, Almighty, Roz, Tony, and Nerdgasm were all 4-2. Excuse me. Nerdgasm was Nerdgasm also 4-2. So that is 66.7%. Sergio was 5-5, 50%, and Aisha unfortunately came in at 2-4, 33.3%.
Wow. All right. I'm gonna see if I can tag Aisha. I'm not sure she's posted them right now, but we're gonna do that. Okay, folks. I need a minute. I'm gonna go to the page. I'm gonna tag both Sergio and Aisha, and we'll see. So this is cool. We had 13 people in it. I think you posted, Big Dog.
Yes.
Wow. That's cool.
Had, where the hell is that?
Yeah, I saw that Aisha was leaving comments on our
We had
page
11.
all week.
We
So
had 11 people in it.
Oh, 11. Wow. That is cool. Okay, so Sergio, I just tagged. Oops. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. And Aisha, I'm going to get hers as well. Spell her name correctly.
spell her name correctly, he said.
And then Nerdgasm. Okay, so there we go. So the people that we didn't get the picks on. Oh, and Dreem.
Dreem, yeah.
Okay,
He's
awesome.
probably busy cooking.
While he was watching the program, he gave us a like a little while ago.
He gave us a like.
We'll see. All right, folks, we're good. It's 8:27 a.m. Pacific time. We're doing very well. I do want to let you know that I had warned everyone that I had to leave early today. I'm not, due to COVID restrictions here in California. The meeting that I had at 9 o'clock is not going to happen, so we're good. We can continue to progress. You're stuck with me, in other words.
No Zoom call instead?
No, they're just going to put it off. It's just canceled. It's going to be sometime in February. They weren't ready to go on it. And it was related to the regional center here in the San Gabriel Valley that I had to attend for my older daughter. So it's been set back. What was I going to tell you? Big Dog, were there any stories that you wanted to get to specifically right now?
No, nothing much. Just, things are happening in the NBA. COVID's still decimating all the teams. Trade deadline's coming up in 2 weeks, so we'll see if we get some steam with that. Major people on the block that you hear about all the time: Kyrie Irving, Westbrook, although no one's going to take Westbrook's $44.2 million contract. Who else is up that you hear? Oh, James Harden. His name has been coming up a lot. Possibly being traded to Philadelphia for Ben Simmons. That one's getting a little bit of traction. And, of course, just the usual B-tier players that are going to be shuffled around at the trade deadline. Lakers definitely have to do something. Don't know what. As I said, I don't think there's anybody that's going to be taking that contract off the Lakers' hands. But it is what it is. You going to take the contract?
No, we got the air raid warning with Almighty. I just barely heard it. Whoop. I was like, yeah, we all heard just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Almighty did us the solid pipe. Dude, that was quick, man.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I thank you. Dude, barely heard it.
So, yeah. I don't want to bother anybody with it. I know what it is, but
it's loud. It is. But
Yeah.
I don't want to annoy people with us under attack all the time from Godzilla.
Yeah, I get to be foolish for a little bit. Air warning, red, incoming,
I
vampire.
put it like it was like, and I'm like, that a missile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Russia's invading.
There's this awesome reel on Facebook. I think it's so funny. It's a garbage lift. It's lifting up a semi truck, and it's obviously it's lifted up because it's going to put it into the compactor, the entire truck, which was really crazy. But there's this guy in the background. Hey, North Korea, you better watch out. We're going to be launching rednecks at you. It's really funny because it has the semi truck ready. It looks like a missile launch. I think it's so funny. It's really cute. It's obviously a bit dated. It's when Kim Jong-un was being a prick a few years back. It was.
He's like that every day. What are you talking about?
That is true, Big Dog. But he stopped threatening us after the former president stood up to him, and in one of the few times that I did stand with the former president because he was threatening to attack Guam, the former president did say, "You attack us, you attack Guam, we will rain fire on you, the likes the world has never seen." Calmed him down, man, and put him in his place. Because the thing was that no one knew what this guy was capable of. And he just threatened to wipe North Korea off the face of the earth. And folks, say what you will of America, there's one thing that we are definitely good at. Come rise, shine, winter, fall, we are good at destroying things. Oh, almighty. We are damn good at it. So when he threatened in that way, it's like it did calm him down. Sorry, folks. All American. I do believe in our ability to be stupid. I meant breaking things.
Yeah, I think during that too. I think during that commentary, I think you said Speedy. So.
Oh, I apologize, Speedy. But yes, Speedy. What story you want to get to, and then we'll go back to Almighty and Big Dog again as we kind of like. I'm trying to get everyone in.
Well, we're going to finish up the story here because in addition to the Bears, Raiders, and Vikings, there's still 5 other teams that are in need of a new head coach. The Broncos, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Jaguars, and the Texans. Everybody's been interviewing for the past week and should be moving closer to making hires. Cadwell is possibly heading to Chicago or Jacksonville. The 67-year-old has been on the sidelines for a while. He hasn't coached a game since 2017. But, he was speaking with the Raiders and the Vikings this week. So we'll see what happens there.
What the hell is that?
It's not me this time.
You hungry there, Raj?
No, it's not. It's
How
not
about
me.
you?
That's why I started looking around.
Not me.
Sorry. Was that
That's why I was
Speedy?
looking around here. I'm like, what the hell is that?
I think it was Speedy. Is Speedy hungry? Does Speedy need a burrito?
Speedy is always hungry ever since 2015.
Okay.
Big Dog needs a bump.
No,
Okay.
no, because my speaker's right here. It's not on my stomach.
I know.
You guys usually know when it's me because I'll say, I'm like, hey, Siri. Hey, Siri, mind your own business.
Well, I know it wasn't me because I could hear it through my.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
well, me too. That's why I was like, what the
I
hell?
think we all started looking around, and Speedy stayed the course. Very
Yes,
presentable.
I did.
So it was Speedy.
Because I knew it was me. That's why I kept talking.
That was funny.
What a poker face.
Yeah, very good. Because all we heard was your stomach saying, "Rawr,
Yeah.
feed me."
So.
Yes. Well, the Vikings are still looking for their 2 finalists for a GM.
And
There it goes again. Shut up, stomach.
Oh, we didn't hear it this time. Did Jacksonville? Because they let go of their GM, didn't they?
Did they?
I think they did. The Eagles coordinator, Jonathan Grisham, excuse me. He could become a new head coach because why not? I'm sorry, guys.
Get a piece of bread, damn it.
Who are you hiding over there?
Oh my!
That's it. That's an angry. He's getting hangry.
That's why I have these right here, okay? That's why I've been muting myself often. When I mute myself, it's for these, okay? But after the show, I am going to go across the street and get a damn breakfast burrito.
That's right.
Sounds like a Benny Hill bit. I'm telling you. Oh my! But
Speedy, we've all been there. That's the
well, I
only
know
reason
that
why
the
we're laughing,
fans
brother.
want the Jacksonville GM gone
Yes.
because they said he
Yeah.
was the head clown. So I didn't know if they got rid of him or not. I didn't see that part.
I thought I can't confirm that one. I'm going by memory, and it's worthless right now for me. So I thought they'd gotten rid of him, but
I just didn't see it. I'm not, but I just know that after the season, the fans wanted to get rid of him because they considered him the problem. So if they got rid of him, then that makes the fans happy.
Well, like I said, I prepared my notes for this week. This was the only thing that came up. But Scorekeeper was getting his coffee, and we were waiting for Big Dog to come back. I had mentioned that yesterday the Giants had hired Joe Schmoen to be their new GM. That's the only hire so far for the Giants. Everybody else still needs a GM and a coach.
Yeah.
I just shared with my co-host an article that was in USA Today. It's I don't believe it's an official opinion piece. Oh, it is an opinion piece. Because as you know, last week was MLK weekend, and the NFL made a big deal of celebrating MLK, Junior with tributes. But someone stated, well, it rings kind of hollow when you look at how many coaches are, are black. It's like there aren't very many, so it rings rather hollow. We do know that we've talked about the Rooney Rule in the NFL, where they have to interview coaches that are minorities. We know that, but guys, correct me if I'm wrong. And
You're
Almighty
wrong.
and Big Dog, I've noticed that there are more minority coaches. Is there, or am I blind to it?
There's a few more, but I mean the thinking behind the Rooney Rule. Okay, yes, you have to interview minorities, but if you already have your mindset, if I'm the owner and I'm thinking I want Almighty to be my head coach, that's already in my mind, and it's gonna take one hell of an interview by someone else to change my mind. I'll go through the motions and interview Scorekeeper and Speedy, so I get my Rooney Rule in, but I'm still gonna go with Almighty. I mean, to me, it's just for show. It's just for the fact that you can say, "Oh yeah, I interviewed minorities." Whether you went with the white coach, the Mexican coach, the black coach, the Russian coach, the Asian coach, doesn't matter. I think your mind's already made up when you go in for the most part.
Yeah, but I think there are more minorities on as coordinators now.
Yeah.
Like defense, offensive, whatever. I think there are more. So hopefully that leads to future hires as head coaches of minorities. I mean, we did for a while there. We had quite a few minority head coaches, and then they just kind of dwindled out again. And but someone was complaining that of the 7 coaches that were first fired, that 2 were black, but they want to be inclusive, don't they? So if white coaches can get fired, so can black if they want to be inclusive, right?
Yeah, of course.
And practice diversity. I mean, just because you're black doesn't mean you get a job for life. But
exactly. I mean, it's if your team sucks,
I don't know how that sounds.
Latin or Asian or whatever. Yeah.
I don't know how that sounds, but just you want to be inclusive, and that's part of it. That's part of being a coach, is that your butt's on the line every week of the season.
Yeah.
And I will say this, that the former head coach of the Giants, Ben McAdoo, is the next offensive coordinator for the Panthers.
Oh, okay.
So he has been hired by the Panthers.
And the way you said, and from what you said there were 7 coaches fired, only 2 were black. I mean, that means the other 5 were white guys. So
yeah,
more than likely.
Yeah,
And that, I
mean,
think that was before Texas let go of their coach.
okay, but let's
Because
just
I
go
don't
with
know,
that
the
7.
coach, the Texas fired their coach like, I mean, according to the NFL, I mean, that's late for the NFL because usually gone on Monday. I think he was fired
Yeah.
on Wednesday.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. I don't know, but that's why I'm making the comparison. I mean, it's like, okay, that falls in line with percentages. I mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just the same people that complain just to complain.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, you're not guaranteed a lifetime job.
I mean, it'd be one thing if they're like, oh, they fired the coach because he's black, but his record was 12-4, or let's say 13-4. Then
Right.
okay, well, why did they fire him? Oh, they fired the coach because he was 2-15. Well, no kidding. Of course, he's gonna get fired.
But I just found there's no, you can't please everybody, and some
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
just shouldn't be printed and put out there like that. It just should just be ignored. But everybody's but anyway, so I think that I don't think anybody's going to be hired until after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I agree.
But
Yeah.
I guess they're allowed to interview now, right? They can interview them certain days during.
I believe
week.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, right now they do. I'm not 100% familiar with the NFL rules on hiring, but I understand there is a, pardon the fun, pardon the misnomer, whatever, but there is a blackout during Super Bowl week and that stuff where they don't want to do any of that stuff.
We'll clean that up. There is a gentleman's agreement not to hire during Super Bowl week. So not to take away from the glitz and glamour that is, the biggest game of the year. Usually the number one rated show of the year, ratings wise, every year.
And it's the league that is celebrating. This lesson goes to George Steinbrenner, the perennial guy that always made an announcement during the World Series. But here's the funny thing. Why was he making the announcements? Because his team wasn't in the World Series. That's the way I looked at it. But apparently it would always piss off baseball because it was taking news away from the World Series.
George liked to piss off baseball. He was somewhat the Al Davis of the Major League Baseball. Not to the extent of what Al Davis did, but, everybody always complains about Al Davis this, Al Davis that. Wasn't for Al Davis, we wouldn't have the NFL what it is today. Remember, he led the merger. So, he did a lot of good. He rocked a lot of boats. But, I think all in all, the NFL was better for Al Davis being Al Davis.
Yeah.
And of course, affectionately known as the Crypt Keeper towards the end.
Oh, yes. Hey, folks, look, I guess my final comment about the minority thing is, think about this. Going back to the 1980s, when Doug Williams won the Super Bowl as a Washington Redskin, that was major. Everyone was talking about the fact that a black quarterback had finally won. And the first thing he was going to do was go to Disneyland. It was great. And after that, again, the majority of players were not minority quarterbacks. But over time, guys, how many black quarterbacks are there now? There's a lot more than just Doug Williams, one. I'm not going to say there's a plethora, but there are more. And it's changing. And when you look at the coaching ranks in the NFL, it's changing. The article, the opinion piece that I posted was specifically black coaches. Nothing personal, but a Latin individual is a minority. Someone of Asian descent is a minority.
Yeah.
So, and a black person is a minority as well. So, if you're going to single that out, it kind of rings hollow because I think the NFL is trying in certain respects. I mean, look, some things just don't change, but you do see more minorities.
A little slightly off topic, but has anybody? Was there an announcement of the admirals making the name official?
That's
Or
not until February.
ah,
Right.
okay,
It's
I
okay.
think it's the
February,
4th.
somewhere around there. Yeah.
Second or fourth, they're supposed to announce it. I know I read an article, but I don't know if it's 100% certain. But
February 2nd.
yeah,
Groundhog Day. There
that's
may
right.
be a joke in that. There may be a
That's right.
joke there.
Yeah,
So
Maybe they'll be the groundhogs,
that'd be fitting.
the Washington
Why not?
groundhogs.
Why not?
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
it has hogs in it.
the groundhogs on. Oh
Yeah,
my
Groundhog
God.
Day.
No, with the sexual assault stuff. Yeah, I guess I can see
They
that.
pulled Puxatawny Pete out, and he's wearing a Washington jersey.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You know, my comment. I've been quiet this whole time, but I found something this week, and I should have bookmarked, but I didn't save it on my computer. But there was an article that had been posted where in the offseason last year, the Vikings were seriously planning on hiring a Korean or Vietnamese guy to be their head coach because he had done things as a head coach with one of the colleges around different parts of the country for different states. And they were like, well, he's a serious candidate. And then also this week, there came another article where the Ravens were going to hire a 70-year-old black man to be their head coach because he had also a ton of qualifications to be a head coach. And then on Monday, there came an article where they said, we like this woman even though she's white. We think she has the potential to be a good head coach for us. That came from the Ravens as well. I was like, a woman head coach, that would be interesting because when I was, doing my thing in retail with Safeway at the time, we decided, why don't we just have these young 20-something-year-old girls, let's let them have the floor, and people didn't like it. They're like, why do I gotta take orders from her? She's a woman. This is a man's world. We're in retail. And I went, that is so stupid. And it's become a more common thing to have a woman be your boss versus how it was even when I was a kid. It was always a man. Every store you went into, you do this, you do that. But in the late 90s, we were like, we need more help. We need different diversities of management. And people didn't like that. So a lot of people were like, well, I'm leaving because of this. She screwed me over, so I don't like her anymore. I might leave too. And it's like, well, what is your problem with having a woman as your boss?
Well, Safeway, I'm sorry to say, was about 35 years behind the times.
I know.
Because when Scorekeeper and I worked at Thrifty Drug before it became Rite Aid in the 80s and early 90s, there were tons of women managers and women assistants. I mean, so you saying that, and you were Safeway just a few years ago, and they still have that mentality. They
That's
are
crazy.
way behind the times.
Now, folks, we are just giving an opinion right now. We're not gonna. Yes, this is an experience opinion. So we just want to say that it could be limited to one store, whatever. So we're not slamming the chain. It is a perceived opinion right now, folks.
But the same thing too is that there are women that are coordinators, so they're in the pipeline.
Yeah.
In
Oh,
the
yes.
NFL. So I mean, it might take 5 or so years to get them up to where they get promoted as a head coach, and I know things don't happen fast enough for millennials and Gen Zeros, but you're just going to have to be patient. And I've had female bosses in the 80s, and I didn't really think anything of it. So I mean, I guess I was used to it, and I can't believe somebody would still have a mentality where it's just men, and I can't believe that this place hasn't been sued. So. Because every place that seems to have that kind of mentality somehow gets sued by women for being sexist. So But anyway, we're getting off track. But I'm just saying there are things in the pipeline that we'll see. I mean, even in baseball, there's things happening. So I mean,
Basketball.
yeah. So
Basketball might have been one of the
it's
first
taken
ones.
it's taken a long time. It's taken 100 years for women to get to this point. I mean, ever since they got the women's stuff, the suffrage going on, and the right to vote, and all that stuff.
1920.
Yeah.
And speaking of
You did say 100 years. Go ahead, Big Dog.
speaking of basketball
I'm
and
close enough to 100 years. Okay, 102 years, Jeff.
speaking of basketball and
Statistical
women, Becky Hammonds, we always talk about her that she's always in line, and she has been interviewed the last couple of years for a head coaching position. That's not going to happen for the next few years because Becky Hammond has just accepted a job to be the head coach of the WNBA's Las Vegas Stars starting next season. So she will be taking a head coaching position there. So that pretty much just opens up. The only other person that's been prominent in coaching positions that's a female is Teresa Witherspoon. It's usually those two are talked about. So as of right now, Teresa Witherspoon is the only one that's still, I believe, in the NBA that would be considered for a head coaching position next off season. If there's any, which of course there will be some available. But congrats to Becky Hammond. I guess she figured a head coaching position somewhere is better than being an assistant, maybe in the NBA. I don't know what her thinking is. But great, congratulations to her though. She has a great basketball mind.
Folks, I think it's okay. I think it's a good move for her because one thing that they're always going to say is, "But you don't have coaching experience."
Exactly.
And but how can they've never had the opportunity. So now she's going to go to a place sanctioned by the NBA. Duh. The WNBA is an NBA product. This is going to bolster her opportunity. So when she goes to the interviews down the road, she's going to have, I don't want to say pedigree here, but she's going to have the experience. I think she's going to be an NBA coach. Like you said, Big Dog, some years down the road.
Yeah.
Because then it will be very difficult to pass over unless she sucks as a head coach.
And her pedigree as it is already top notch. I mean, she's under one of the best learning trees you could ever be under, which is Greg Popovich.
Okay,
he
yes, Big
is
Dog,
one of the best coaches of all time.
Just look, the joke, how the kid can be just like the dad or the whatever. They can be like the parent, but sometimes that little acorn doesn't fall next to the tree.
No, I know that's totally true. But based on assistant coaches that have been under his tutelage, that have gone on to coaching positions and have done well. So his is a learning tree that seems to bear very bountiful fruit from.
Yeah, and we're already off topic anyway, so whatever. But
okay.
The thing about that is, we've seen women come up, but now for the Sunday night game, you're going to notice that I forgot her name.
Michelle.
She was broadcasting with the guys for Sunday Night Football. She's leaving. She will not be joining Al Michaels anymore for Sunday Night Football games. She said she's had a great time there, but after all this time, it's time for her to move on. She's going into broadcasting to teach journalism, probably to a bunch of younger girls.
No.
Well, I don't think it's just girls. I think she's just
younger individuals. Yeah.
She's going to be teaching. She's going to be teaching at a college, so it's not just girls she's going to be teaching. She probably maybe doesn't like being on the road all the time, and she's going to be in one stable position, and as you said, teaching journalism.
Are you talking about Michelle Tafoya? Because there was an article, that came up a little.
I saw that on Tuesday.
We never did talk about it, but I did have it. It was a few weeks ago, and I'm looking for it.
She may also be tired of being on the sideline, not having a chance to get to the booth. So, So why not? She says, "Look, all I'm going to do is keep me on this sideline. I'm not going to get a booth job, so I might as well go into teaching and, you know."
Yeah, and it could be, I mean, she probably got an offer, a great offer. I mean,
Yeah,
she
but
has,
but still, it's sad that
yeah,
that could be part of her thinking too, is that she's not going to get a broadcast. And I don't know. And I talked about this last year about having females in the broadcasting booth instead of always on the sideline. And I can't believe that feminists are. This is not a bigger issue than it should be, or unless I missed the articles on it. But they should just. It just seems like they're like keep them, either in the studio or on the sideline.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. I was trying to find an article.
And it can be done. I mean, even though she's, she was fired from ESPN, but look at Rachel Nichols. She was on the sideline for years and years, and then she finally, they finally gave her the break, and she had her, NBA, the NBA jump for years and years, and had a great reputation and great communication with all the players, and maybe Michelle Tafoya felt, because of that situation, and the being up in the booth is kind of like the good old boys club where, you're not going to break in. As we said, maybe she probably got a great offer from whatever place she's going to be teaching at. They probably gave her the salary, the house, the car.
Okay, fair enough, Big Dog. Academia pays well, but it does not pay as well as the NFL, ESPN sideline jobs. It's just, dude, academia pays well, but it's wow. You
And
go
it-
to retire at academia, man, and then
Yeah.
you get to be stupid and go after. I'm trying to remember, that guy from Texas University. Yeah. You gotta say stupid things for people who get to know you. But I apologize. I don't have that article, but it was Michelle Tafoya. She's leaving the sidelines. Now, guys, remember, calling a game is difficult than being a color commentator. And even a color commentator, some people are good, some people are not. And just because they're sideline commentators doesn't mean that they're going to be good material for the booth.
But no one's been given a chance.
Yeah.
Right. Which is why that's what we've been talking about this whole time. I mean, go look at Stephanie McMahon's undercover boss thing that she did for their show.
I mean, I know that they do try and pair people. I mean, Romo probably had to do an audition with somebody before he got the job and to test him out. And unfortunately, they threw Breeze in too soon. And he didn't take to it right away like some do. But, it takes a while to grow into that position too.
But Breeze is a wonderful commentator on the Sunday programs. I've seen him do that stuff.
Yeah.
Some people are, some people are not. Yeah, you're right.
But I'm just saying they're comparing them like Romo, who just fit in right, because even Aikman had his time in the booth to learn what he was doing and stuff. So, I mean, no one has patience anymore. They want
Of course not.
So, but anyway, I think, anyway, I'm done. I don't know what I'm going to say.
All right, yeah, I'm not able to find that article, but I think it was Michelle Tafoya.
It was definitely.
Yeah, damn it.
Now, also, one quick thing here, is that Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins will compete for the starting quarterback for the Steelers next season. So,
all right.
So I guess they're not gonna, as far as this goes, and this is from the Pittsburgh Gazette, they're not gonna. I mean, they can still get a free agent. That's only 2 quarterbacks, but I guess they're gonna just let those two duke it out. I've never been impressed with Rudolph that much, but maybe he just needs more time on the field.
And here's the stupid question. We all know he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's no doubt. But will Big Ben be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
It depends how people's memories are about how far back they go when he's done all kinds of trouble. I mean, he's been accused
Yeah.
of sexual assault twice, and I think he settled them both, or at least one, out of court. And plus his accident on the motorcycle with no license.
Well, I don't remember that one.
That was like when he first started, man.
Oh,
That was a
okay.
while ago, but
But I mean, I saw the article. I don't know if I said it or not, but they were talking about, he was a great quarterback, but people are forgetting that, he's not that stellar of a dude. I mean, you can look at him as a quarterback, but as an individual, he's made some mistakes. I mean, it's been a long time since his raping days, but still.
Alleged.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with alleged. But when he settles one out of court. But anyway,
because
right.
Scorekeeper got little...
allegedly, but still, I didn't know he was accused. I forgot that he was accused twice of it, not just once.
Okay, but one of the times there was never even a charge leveled against him.
That was the one in the waitress in the bar or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That he wasn't even charged with.
He got a
He
bar.
was never charged, and yet he was suspended by the NFL.
that was that one. Yeah.
Yeah, this was before. Yeah, this was back when this stuff was kind of
brand new.
Yeah.
Well, it's never happened before. But this is before. I mean, if that would happen today, he would be gone.
Yeah.
But back then, it was like we were still on the brink of bringing this to the forefront. But you know what I mean? Because now you just get accused of it, and you're like, no matter what. But anyway, so I don't know.
Okay,
I think he will be, because he has 2 Super Bowls and he has what?
Timeout.
Is he done? Is he retired?
Well, he says. Well, as far as Tomlin says, he hasn't said nothing to him about being retired.
But
if he hasn't been retired, then he's being an awful dick about taking a last bow everywhere he goes.
Yeah, I think he's done. I think he's done. I think he realizes that the team's not that great, at least not to the way it used to be, and his skills have deteriorated a bit. We've seen Ben on the ground more times, I think, in the last 2-3 years than we saw him the previous 10 years. He always took a hit really well, but these hits seemed, he seemed to get up a little bit slower, take a little bit longer. So I think he realizes it's time.
He's
got more
guy,
than plenty,
but not much movement. So look, I was all in on it. I was cheering for him. I knew I had a feeling. I can't say I knew, but I thought he was going to reach back in that last home game, and he did. It was for the fans. Everyone knows it. Look, I'm going to go on the assumption that he is done. Is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? First of all, who gives a fuck? It really doesn't matter if he's a first year unanimous. That's for other people, which means nothing, in my humble opinion.
Okay.
And it's 5 years.
We'll get to what that moron said this week as well. But
and it's 5 years down the road too.
Yeah, folks. In my humble opinion, is Ben Roethlisberger a Hall of Famer? Provided he is done right now what he is done. He's paid for his sentences for. I didn't mean to say that. He has been sentenced for his crimes. His alleged indiscretions. He has paid. Is he a Hall of Famer? In my humble opinion, yeah, he is. Because
usually if you get a couple Super Bowls, you eventually get in.
Guys,
you might not be a first ballot because you don't have the yardage, but he seems to have yardage and
he checks off all those big ones.
Guys, even when his teams weren't that good, he was still dangerous. And he would come from behind and pull losses out of, the loss column. Guys, he was fun to watch. He was exciting. With the skills that he had to still pull off victories. Come on. In my humble opinion, yeah. Almighty?
Yeah.
Big Dog?
So we lost David Rivers last year. And what's his face? We're losing Ben this year. I'd say we lose Rodgers in about 2 years, and about the same time would be Brady. So in the span of like 5 years, we're going to lose some spectacular quarterbacks. Now there's a lot. There's some young guns that are coming out up and coming right now, but it's kind of nostalgic to see these old guys go out there. Especially Brady. Brady's
Oh,
like
we lost
LeBron.
Breeze.
Brady's like LeBron. Yeah, Breeze also last year. Yeah, Brady's like LeBron. I mean, this guy. I don't know, and his regimen is crazy too. I mean, seeing that diet that Brady does, and his work. I'm not sure what his workout regimen is, but we've seen what LeBron's workout regimen is for being 38 years old. Yes, Scorekeeper.
I'm hitting you with a personal foul, holding, and whoa. You just compared Brady to LeBron. Please clarify. I know you were saying something, but all I heard was white noise. Huh? Wait.
Their workout regimen to keep themselves in shape at such a late age.
Okay, you did say that. What else
Yes.
would you? That's the only comparison.
Well, I mean, they're both world champions. Nothing like Brady, but I was specifically speaking about how they keep in shape.
And that's where I'm gonna let it go.
Because LeBron, it's well documented now that he spends anywhere from $1.5 to $2 million a year on his personal upkeep, and I'm pretty sure Brady does something close to that, especially with that weird diet that he has. That he hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Along those lines, I do have to say that according to the inside source, we do know that last year we can confirm that Brady did sign a 4-year deal, not a 7-year deal, but it was a 4-year extension with Astamata, who is an agent of Beelzebub. It's been done, and that's why Brady continues to play at the high level that he does. He did extend his deal with the devil another 4 years. So it's for what he is doing at his age, clearly. Yeah. He made a deal with the devil, folks. It's the only way he could be that way, man.
Scorekeeper, no disrespect to you, but I liked what you just did a few minutes ago. I think we should start doing that on the show. Time out.
Yeah, well, on the big dog, I gave another signal, and I was like, no, wrong one. But then I found it when I said personal foul.
Yeah.
Personal foul. I'm like, what? You compare Brady to LeBron? I was like, okay. And that's cool. I was being a dick to the big dog, and it was not my intent. That was just.
And of course, I don't know about you guys, but I only have one more NFL story. Last night during SmackDown, we're watching it. This came up on Facebook, where CBS said that they put a petition together for people to go online and sign the CBS.com petition to have the Super Bowl moved to a Saturday, not a Sunday.
Never happened.
What?
Never happened.
Okay. Yeah, big dog. But continue. Why? Why move it to a Saturday? What's the deal behind these people knowing that football is a Sunday game?
Pro football is a Sunday game.
Yes, pro football. Thank you, big dog.
I thought that's what we're talking about in the Super Bowl. But continue, please.
But see, people in the comments were saying, well, what difference does it make? You can just call into work for Monday and be like, I'm sick, I'm not coming in. That's what people have done anyways in the past. I've had that problem when I used to work at Safeway. People would call me, I'm not coming to work. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know, because yesterday was the Super Bowl. You're not really sick, but whatever. Fine, take the day off. We'll still pay your sick pay.
Big dog, almighty. I'm not going to say you guys are going to get away.
That is an idiotic reason to want to change it. Oh, let's change it to Saturday because I party too hard and I need a day to recover. There's no way.
No.
And I'm pretty sure that's not what the petition said. I mean, Super Bowl Sunday is tradition, first of all. And the thing is, wherever it's being held at, that entire weekend, or actually the entire week, is festivities. So if you have the Super Bowl on a Saturday, that means all the festivities that you would have had on Saturday, you're no longer having, and you're going to lose literally tens of millions of dollars.
Right.
So, and I don't know what the petition read or how it was written, but if the people are commenting, say, "Well, I usually call in sick Monday because I'm too hungover," you're an idiot. You shouldn't, you know. It's just stupid. In all the years that I went out and did Super Bowl parties and held Super Bowl parties at my house and the whole 9 yards, no one ever got shit-faced drunk where they couldn't go to work the next day.
Okay, and I was trying to ask Almighty and Big Dog that nothing against you, Speedy, on this, but we've been at this for a little bit longer than you have, guys. Forbes, Fortune, all of them. It is a known fact that the worst day of productivity is the Monday after Super Bowl. It's a story that gets repeated every year. No one is productive because it's the day after. And everyone knows people are going to call in. It's the worst kept secret. Almighty, in your job and in the jobs you've had. Big Dog, in the jobs you've had. Who gets reprimanded for calling in on Monday after the Super Bowl? No one, right? It's no.
Well, the thing is, the game ends by 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's not like it's like this isn't a game that starts at 8 o'clock and can run till 1 or midnight Eastern time. So I don't get it. I mean,
yeah,
it's true. I mean, I never seen anybody get. It's not like New Year's Eve. I mean, come on.
exactly.
You're not going to kiss somebody at halftime because you're winning your office pool. So
That's funny.
I don't get it. But
now we've got to start doing this on the show. Time out.
Oh,
what?
Hold on, guys. I don't know what time zone you guys are all living in. Come on, Scorekeeper. You're in the same state with me. How many Super Bowls have actually went past 8 o'clock on a Sunday night? Because
right.
But you're on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Remember, he's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So it ends at 11 o'clock for him. Don't forget
Right.
that.
Usually
It's not like they
10
play
or
it early
10:30,
and then
but
they
it's not
delay
late.
it for us.
But still, it's not late for
No,
a
I
person
understand.
to
I'm just
stay
saying.
up. I mean, it's not like
well,
you're
he's
up
he's
to
making
1
a
o'clock
point.
like Monday night. But
Yeah,
I,
you know.
but anyway,
What time is the game start? Is it 3:30 or 4:30?
it's usually
Pacific time.
I mean,
Usually
3:30.
3:30 Pacific time.
It starts 6:30 here.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that's
3:30.
3:30 here. Yeah. Okay.
So it starts early enough in the evening where it doesn't run too late because they don't want people. They probably don't want the younger crowd to go to bed on them either. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, I believe that I agree with whoever said about an extra day plus Sundays. These Super Bowls are set years in advance anyway, so it'd take them years to get to a Saturday.
Yeah, I've heard of people sarcastically saying that either Monday or Sunday should be a holiday. It is now, but they want a real designation that it should be a holiday. Whatever, that's not going to happen. But
No,
folks,
we're not going to have the American version of Boxing Day after the Super Bowl.
And the same people that want Super Bowl Sunday as a holiday are the same people that want opening day in baseball as a holiday. Idiotic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Speedy, and I appreciate that, but that's just blogosphere nonsense. It's not going to happen. Number one, and look, even if they're going to do what you read, go ahead, Big Dog.
I was going to say, and why is the petition going to CBS?
Because I think they have it this year.
No,
because they're stupid, Big Dog.
Exactly. I was going to say they're stupid for doing it at CBS.
They're stupid.
Because it should go to the NFL, not CBS.
Yeah.
CBS only gets it every fourth year. So, I mean, that's idiotic.
I thought Fox had it.
That's why I said 4 years.
Doesn't
Fox,
ABC get it?
NBC, CBS.
Yeah,
I thought Fox had it this year.
Oh, I don't know who has it this year. Sorry.
I don't know, to be honest. So
Okay, well then it's even funnier. Think about that. Big Dog pointed out it's going to CBS. Should go to the NFL. If it turns out that Fox has it this year, oh my God.
I see what happened. Yeah.
Continue the level of stupidity. And what does it say for us to continue on this? Folks, look, all I can say is...
And it's not the network's decision.
Right, and that's what Big Dog said. Folks,
I'm just backing him up.
If you do what you're going to do on Super Bowl Sunday, Monday is already... No one's going in. It's like... It's the worst kept secret. People will call in sick if you didn't request a day off. Yeah, it's like everyone knows that's the way it is, and no one's going to get in trouble anyway. It is a de facto holiday right now, Super Bowl Sunday. Look,
I also, gosh,
no, go ahead.
I'm trying to think that Valentine's Day may be that Monday afterwards.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. It's the 13th. Yeah, the 14th.
Yep. Uh-huh.
So people are going to stay in bed. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
With their hangover and whatever else is hanging.
Yeah, somebody's going to be hanging over.
Or stiffening up. I don't know.
Do you know, guys? I close on I normally my office hours on Sunday are from 7 in the morning to 3 p.m. on every Sunday during tax season. But I'm closing at 2 o'clock on Sunday to make sure I'm done. And I already have a young lady. Her name is Sherry. She's scheduled at 12:30, which will end at 1:30. So my de facto is I'm done at 1:30 because I don't have 30-minute appointments. They're all 1 hours. So looking at my schedule, I'm done at 1:30, thank goodness. And I'm going to go out. And do you know what I'm really thankful for? Is you guys have heard, Gmo and I are doing a lot of trips together. She's been spending a few days with me here in the office watching Sunday now. Big Dog, I didn't know she was a football fan, but she saw the Super Bowl with me last year. Gmo, my youngest, and now we're going to be doing it again. Folks, I'm doing it now. If you guys want to join me right here in the office, I got the TV there, and you see the other TV over there. We have the game on in the background, and we'll have food. I invite anyone you guys want. Just let me know you're going to come on over. And we'll have food and drink right here. So, Scorekeeper Super Bowl party, unofficial. But yes,
actually, so you don't have copyright infringement. It's Scorekeeper's big game party. Because remember,
you are 100% right on that, Big Dog. But I'm just gonna stay stupid on this one. Because I said unofficial, so I thank you for that. But you're right. I thank you for that. But I'm just gonna. I said unofficial. So,
they don't care. All they care about is that you said the name.
What is it? 5 cents?
I don't even know. I know it's
5 cents.
I know it's.
Is that for Bitcoin or U.S. currency?
It's
yeah. That's funny. Big Dog, would you clarify for the audience? A lot of people don't know, and Big Dog usually reminds all of us when it comes to the game. Would you please clarify how you just professionally reprimanded me?
Yeah, well, the NFL, of course, has a stick so far up their ass that you're not allowed to say the big game on Sunday, the official name on anything on TV, radio, stuff like that. So a lot of radio ads and stuff you'll start hearing.
It's trademarked.
Yes, you'll start hearing words like the big game. We're gonna go to the bowl and it'll be super. They work their way around it, but mainly you'll hear the big game because it is trademarked. And if it's said on TV or radio, television, whatever, you get charged for it. Yeah. It's just like back in the day when the Lakers won their back-to-back titles in '87, '88.
Oh, the three-peat, right?
And they mentioned the word three-peat. Pat Riley the next day went out and trademarked the word three-peat. So when everybody started making T-shirts and commercials and saying it, Pat Riley racked in some good amount of money, and I'm pretty sure he made a lot of money when the Bulls actually did their three-peat, and then they repeated it 3 years later. So, or 5 years later, excuse me. So Pat Riley, a smart man, and the same thing with the NFL. They trademarked the name, and that's why on commercials you don't hear them say Super Bowl at all. Because a lot of those national commercials, they'll play, 2, 3, 400 times a day all throughout the U.S. So whatever the trademark charge is, it adds up very, very quickly.
And the other thing that will extend the Super Bowl, and I'm sure you've heard it, I'm sure you've seen the commercial for it, is that they've planned to add at least 3 to 4 different artists for the halftime show.
Oh yeah,
which would extend the halftime show, which would extend time in the locker room for both teams to figure out what they're going to do.
They extend for the Super Bowl. They do extend because they usually 15 minutes, 20 minutes is
it's
halftime.
15 minutes. It's the same as a quarter, correct?
Yes. For the halftime for the Super Bowl, they extend it to a half hour usually.
Yeah.
But adding to these extra stars will not add to the length of halftime because they've had it before, especially that year that they had Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, Aerosmith. They were all on stage at the same time.
Deal, man.
That was a huge deal, but it didn't extend. What they tell these guys are, hey, you have X amount of minutes. I don't know if they went individually to everyone and said, okay, you get this many, or they just said, you know what, guys, you have 20 minutes and divide it amongst yourselves. Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify. I don't know if you guys remember. The NFL used to pay the performers.
Yes.
They would choose, but they put it out to bid, and the first winner, you'll remember, was Katy Perry. Yep. So Katy Perry now paid for the privilege of doing a halftime show. So it really comes down to, this is the time you have your setup and takedown to perform. That's what it is. So it's whoever bids on it is basically going to do the stuff. So they work it amongst themselves. They're all A personalities. To perform on the Super Bowl stage, you have a viewing audience in excess of $1 billion.
Billion
if
people.
They can't. I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, 1 billion people. If you can't figure out the time allotted, oh boy.
True. I would figure that out. I would agree wholeheartedly. The only problem is a lot of these guys are OG rappers.
They're A1 personalities.
They may not have liked each other back in the day, and maybe now are okay with each other. But yeah, who's gonna go on first? Who's gonna go on last? So on and so forth. So.
And by the way, as a personal comment, when Katy Perry came out riding on that lion, that was crazy. I mean, wow. Yeah,
so
that one raced, and she's just absolutely gorgeous.
And anybody that is wondering who it is, the Super Bowl halftime show will be Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Kendrick Lamar, Mary J. Blige are all going to be on.
Mary J. Blige, really?
Yes. She's the newest added one.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A-list personalities singing.
I think it'll work.
Halftime. It'll work. They'll make it work.
And they're going to sell Snoop Dogg hot dogs at the stadium.
Are they really?
Right. He got.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, he did in the hot dog business.
I posted that article about Snoop Dogg to make his own hot dogs.
Now,
are they missed this week?
They medicinally enhanced?
That's what I would figure.
I don't know.
I'm sorry I didn't click on the article. I apologize for that.
I saw it and I just thought, okay, now he saw how the hot dogs were made, and now he wants to make a healthier hot dog. And that's why I put this headline that Snoop Dogg wants to feed you his sausage.
I saw that. I laughed. I chuckled.
Because he wants to make it.
I thought that was hilarious.
He's getting. I mean, I don't know. He trademarked Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Whatever. Right? That's what the thing was. He trademarked it.
I believe he called them Snoop Dogs. Yeah.
Yes, but I don't know. And he's already got people involved, but I don't know when they're coming out or how they're going to be made. But since you didn't read the article, I guess I wasted my punchline on that.
No.
Oh no! It still worked out, brother. It still did.
But it's just. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. It took him this long to think of that. But
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's. I mean, he.
and like he needs more money. Well, I guess it serves a purpose because he gets the munchies.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. I will say that when not Justin Timberlake, but the other young man, Bieber, when he got roasted, one of the best one-liners. Martha Stewart had a bunch of one-liners on that roasting. She was funny. But I love it when one of the other comedians went on and said, imagine this. You've got Snoop Dogg, you got this other guy, and you got this other guy, and yet Martha Stewart has more street cred than the three of them combined. I guess she'd been arrested, of course, for the insider.
Yeah, she did jail time, right?
She
Yeah.
did jail time.
Yeah.
She did.
Granted, she did it in Camp Fed, but she actually did jail time.
But she still did the time. So
She did the time. She really did. She had her freedom taken away from her. So, wow.
So yeah.
All right. Speedy, did you have any more on that one?
No, I just had one more thing. I'm sure you've also seen the video I did last night. We're watching SmackDown. It's very funny where the Manning brothers do this commercial with each other, and I'm like, that was hilarious. They were funny in that commercial. I think they should work together more often in cameo appearance because they're brothers after all. I mean, I know most of us don't get along with our brothers. I know I don't. But
Oh, I got along with mine. I went up north with him.
well, good for you.
Oh, that was a scorekeeper line.
Yeah.
Whenever someone
Copyright infringement, though. No copyright infringement between friends, right?
not at all.
So,
I just read the article. It doesn't say when he's coming out with his hot dogs, and they are going to be called Snoop Dogs. He trademarked Snoop Dogs. But they say he's heavily invested in Beyond Meat. So this might be some sort of vegetarian type of or plant-based hot dog. So, but they say just that he trademarked the name in December, and that he's getting with people, the right people, to I guess get this product put out sometime this year. So
yeah, they just don't got enough plant-based things out there right now. They should. They need so much more.
Almighty. Do you have KFC's, Kentucky Fried Chickens, in your area?
Of course.
Okay.
They're
Did they
nationwide.
already? Hold on. There's a point to this. Did they already start offering that near meat product?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to know.
Okay, they did in Southern California. And I'm not sure.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I just haven't. I don't go there very often,
Oh, you're
Yeah.
healthy. Yeah.
and I think.
well, they're pretty.
But I'm just saying, I don't know. But if they do, I haven't had it, and I didn't try the Burger King Impossible Burger, or any other plant-based anything, because if I want to eat plants, I'll just go out and mow the yard and eat the clippings. I don't, I have nothing against vegetarians or veggies or vegans. I just want them to force it on me. What? I just want them to force it on me. I want to have, I want to have my choice.
Yeah, of course. My youngest is vegetarian / vegan, and she has been for about 2 years now. There is a lot of there is. I know you were saying it half jokingly. There's a lot of plant-based meat out there now, and I have tried one or two because I'm the same way as Almighty. I want my steak, I want my chicken, and that's all there is to it. But she's very good about it. I mean, she will come and eat with us. Never says, "Oh, how can you eat?" She has never done that at all. I have tasted a few different vegan meats, and based on, I had it years and years ago with a friend who's the family was vegan. He wasn't, but the wife and the kids were. And we went to before they left California for Tennessee. We all went out together, but it was a vegan restaurant, and I hated it. We ended up eating the like cheese covered fries was the main dish that everybody seemed to get. But I have tried it lately, and actually it's very tasty. she actually bought some vegan tamales, and the meat actually was very tasty. I didn't want to try it. I was like, no, it's okay. She's like, no, just try it. I'm like, okay, I'll try it. I always tell them, never say no. I always try it at least once, so you can at least say no, I didn't like it. So I was like, shit, I gotta practice what I preach.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
do.
I tried it, and that was actually very good. I was very surprised, and there's other things, but I know the KFC one. I asked her if she wanted to try it, and she said no, because she found out that they're making the vegan chicken, KFC chicken, in the same pots and pans and baking part as they do the regular chicken.
Whoa! What's that?
The KFC is not separating the vegan from the regular. They're cooking it all together, but it's plant based. She said she read it in several articles and that she does not want to try it because of that.
Okay, well, we tried it a few weeks ago, Gmo and I.
Uh-huh.
We ordered the 6-piece meal, and that's why I was asking you guys. I don't know if Speedy has tried it, but
How was
we
it?
tried it. Gmo and I, bit into it, and you can tell it has a taste of chicken, but it has what we humbly say a significant aftertaste. So
Oh, really?
we let it go. We left it there. We had gone out of KFC. We got all the normal vittles. So in the morning, I went over to check. I'm like, oh, it's all gone. So I asked Gmo, I said, hey, did you finish? He goes, oh, hell no. I didn't get any more. I said, I didn't. It's gone. And Gmo was chuckling. She goes, you mean Mom or Ariel? I said, yeah, I don't want to go down that road.
They probably didn't realize they probably didn't realize what it was.
Well, there's a lot to be said for taste.
Yeah.
We tried it. You can get somewhat of a taste, but the aftertaste was, yeah, you could tell there was an aftertaste.
That's surprising because what I was while you were away, I don't know if you heard me.
No, I did. Sorry.
Annika and Janelle, they went and they bought.
Oh, I heard part of it. Yes.
They bought vegan tamales, and they were actually very, very good because I tried it. They were like, try it, Dad. And I'm like, ah. And I was saying, I'm always telling them, you got to try something before you say you don't like it. So I got to practice what I preach. And I tried it, and it was actually very good. Very tasty, no aftertaste whatsoever. And I've tried other vegan stuff that Annika has given me, and there's no aftertaste to these items. Because Waba Grill has a plant-based steak bowl, and I tried a piece of the steak, and surprisingly, it tasted like meat with no aftertaste. So I don't know what KFC is doing, but then KFC hasn't been that great anyways for the last 5-10 years. Their product quality has gone way down.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I haven't been to KFC in a while, so I'll have to see what's going on with the KFC near me. Scorekeeper, and then I'll go straight to Big Dog. So, Scorekeeper, I've got to ask you, has Gmo been actively cheering for football? You mentioned that earlier. Does she have a favorite team, or is she just watching in general?
She's watching in general. I don't think she has a favorite team yet, but she's starting to understand. I was surprised. I don't know. She may be a Raider just because, but I haven't asked her. I've not crossed that line yet. So,
Hi, Aisha.
Hi, Aisha.
And Aisha. Let me see. Aisha, I hope your mother is well. I did see that comment. And no, Aisha, you did not scare me away. No way whatsoever. And I see Almighty's brother is here again.
Yeah. I'm filling in.
No,
Under the weather.
Aisha, you didn't scare him away. He had gas and didn't want to, he didn't want to be rude on online, so he walked away. He was crop dusting.
You know what?
I read the word.
I love you too. I love you too, Scorekeeper. I still love you.
So, when you were talking about the Kentucky Fried Chicken, putting their veggie
Spanish
stuff,
I know.
putting their veggie with the meat stuff,
Uh-huh.
that's what Burger King did with the Impossible Burger.
Yes.
And they
Yes,
got
they did.
sued.
Yeah,
And-
because they were cooking it on the same flame broiler as they cook the regular meat.
Yeah, and they didn't know that, but I didn't know if you knew it or not. But yeah, they're not the only ones that's
Yeah.
been
That's
been
when
caught doing it.
when my daughter ordered the thing from Waba Grill, and we watched them, and what they did is and Scorekeeper and Speedy will probably know what this is. They brought out a comal, and they cooked the meat on the comal, so it was separate from the grill because they were cooking it on top of the grill. And a comal, in case you don't know, Almighty, is just like a cast iron pan with no ridges, so it's just flat.
Okay.
And usually that's what we use to heat up tortillas and stuff on, if you don't do it straight on the flame.
Right. Well, let me try this again. So, Dawg,
Yes,
what would you like to start with first?
as far as
AEW or WWE since next Saturday is the Royal Rumble?
doesn't matter, whatever you want to start with.
Okay. Well, I just have to say that you were talking about earlier about how rappers that are going to be in this year's Super Bowl probably didn't like each other years ago, but now they do. Then when you go to Facebook or any wrestling website, you see all these stupid comments of, I thought the Undisputed Era broke up. What are they doing back together? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a different company. They're all in AEW together. And it makes Adam even more happy that he's with Dr. Britt Baker, the love of his life. But you can't expect people to say, well, they just had their finale match in WWE. I thought they were done with that. No, you have to understand this is a different company. That would be like me and Big Dog going, all right, we're going to have this final battle feud, and I'm going to slam you through a table, and I'm going to do all this, Big Dog. But then we go to a different company, and we're buddy-buddy, we're high-fiving, and people are going to get super upset. I thought you guys hated each other. What happened? I thought the faction broke up. What would you say to those people, Big Dog?
They're idiots.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. I mean, it's not like the feud was real anyways. I mean, it's not like these guys hate each other in real life.
Right.
It was management that separated, the group, Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly, and in AEW it works as the faction. I mean, that faction, and of course people who on the East Coast or even in the Midwest, I'm not sure how far the faction went, but that's a PWG faction. That's Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
So, and it's interchangeable. Mount Rushmore was Cole, the Bucks, and then Roddy Strong was in it, Kyle O'Reilly, Bobby Fish. So it's interchangeable, but that works. And what they did is they brought those two guys back together because they're going to have them feud with the Bucks. You can see it coming down the line. They're talking about it, and Cole's going to have to choose between them, which I think the reason being is they're going to do a face turn for the Bucks again. The Bucks will be faces. Because they've been a heel now for a good year and a half. They brought Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly in. They're great heels. Red Dragon. I loved Red Dragon when they were in Japan. They were an incredible tag team. That's where they got famous. And they brought it back over here. But these guys are incredible wrestlers. It's great. I mean, AEW, they're steamrolling, and a lot of the other guys, are kind of falling by the wayside with the older WWE, like Matt Hardy. He's trying to stay relevant, but these new guys are just coming in. I mean, there's too much talent. I mean, you bring in someone as talented and Mike, perfect on the mic, can do all this stuff, and he still gets lost in the shuffle. And I'm talking about Jay Lethal.
Yeah.
Lethal came in. He was ROH. He is ROH, and he comes in, and we've barely seen him. They're trying to drum him up now for a feud, but he came in September. At their big All Out.
Exactly.
pay-per-view, and you haven't really heard anything much from him. So the talent is there. You just got to make room for it.
Exactly. And what do you also think about Vince saying that this is not the right Pandora's box for all these other promotions to be working together because he's still against having the promotions work together because we know that AEW and ROH and Impact are all enjoying each other and helping each other out with talent
Well,
and such.
Vince has that the way he talks about it, the forbidden door, and he's
Yeah.
just trying to drum up more pay-per-view buys for or subscribers to the Peacock channel for Royal Rumble and going forward because he was bringing Mickie James in, and Mickie James, of course, and in fact, I'm not sure if she lost the title or not to the pay-per-view last week in TNA. I'm not sure if she's still champ or not, but
No,
Vince said, "Huh."
She won. She got the knockout title.
So she retained the title because she was a defendant
Yeah.
last week. Okay, so she kept the title. Vince says it's okay for her to bring the title to WWE at the Royal Rumble. That's his forbidden door, because you don't intermingle. At least he doesn't intermingle federations. So, and there's talk about someone else is going to come in for the men's Royal Rumble. To me,
Yeah.
if you're bringing someone in, if he's going to do it, which I think is highly unlikely, but if he does bring someone from AEW, the obvious choice is Jericho. Because Jericho used to work for WWE. Jericho still has a great relationship with Vince McMahon. And I'm pretty sure Tony Khan will sign off wholeheartedly knowing that an AEW guy is in WWE and as a AEW guy. They may not mention him by AEW. They'll say he's in another company, but they've been dropping little hints. Like yesterday on SmackDown, they mentioned Jon Moxley twice by name.
They did.
Of course, once was by Seth Rollins, and one surprisingly by the announcer.
Yeah.
So he named Mox. He kept saying Mox. Everybody knows that's Jon Moxley.
Exactly.
So, Vince to me is dropping hints. I don't think he's going to do it. If he does, I'll commend him for it. But Vince is too old school to say, and that's the way it used to be done. You used to bring in, the guy when it was territories. You used to bring in, Scorekeeper to fight Almighty, and then, knowing that Scorekeeper was a champ of, whatever he was champ of, and Almighty's a champ here, but you'd bring him in for that special occasion to drum up business. And then, you do the weekend shows, and then Scorekeeper goes back to his federation or his territory, and that's the way it was done in the 70s and early 80s until Vince decided he wanted to go worldwide. So if he decides he wants to go back to that, I think it'd be great for business all around. Everybody prospers from it. And to tell the truth, WWE needs it.
Yes, they do. Definitely.
Their storylines are so crap right now on both
Exactly.
sides. NXT used to be the crown jewel. NXT, ever since Vince took over, you could see his name written all over that damn show. So
Well, now there's reports coming out where he's saying that I shouldn't have been listening to the people I should be listening to because now they realize they made a big mistake, by rebranding NXT and calling it 2.0, and now there's other people calling for the demise of it and going, this is why we need to go back to the black and gold brand. It was fine the way it was, but you wanted to listen to so-and-so, and they're idiots, and they don't even follow wrestling. And I was also surprised last night with watching SmackDown with how many times I think Vince is starting to come around after all these years, where they said the word wrestling. Pat McAfee mentioned that word at least 12 times. And Vince, is never liked that word because in his mind it's a dirty word.
Yeah,
It's the biggest cuss word ever.
We'll have to wait and see because it's Pat McAfee that's doing it. Remember, he's not a WWE guy. Pat McAfee,
Right.
He's an ESPN guy. he'll say it like he is, and he's got another job, so he's gonna say what he wants. Whereas someone like Michael Cole or what's his face, the other announcer, the one that's on Raw, can't think of the one with tattoos on the neck and stuff, the retired wrestler. Those guys work for WWE. I mean, yes, McAfee works for WWE, but he's got other jobs at the same time.
Yeah.
And and he's a wrestling fan. You could tell by the way he acts that he's a wrestling fan.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see if he continues to use the word wrestling. Because remember, wrestling is a bad word in WWE. For those who don't know it, they are what is it? Shit, what the hell do they call them? Matt, help me out. Something superstars. Superstars. They don't just call them superstars. What are they? Shit, I can't think of the word. Come on, Matt, you're the wrestling guy. What do they call them?
Sports entertainment. That's what they're called. Sports entertainment.
So and just like the world championship belt is not a strap. He hates the word calling it a strap.
Right.
He doesn't like any old school wrestling, but I don't know if he's coming around. Maybe he's releasing a little bit of his power to other people. But
I think so.
He needs to retire. I've been saying that for years and years and years.
And what do you think about the fact that Vince was pissed off about Mustafa Ali's promo, and then when Mustafa Ali legitimately asked for his release, Vince goes, "No, I'm not releasing you because you said this and that."
I missed that one. Did it happen this week or?
Yeah.
What was the promo?
Where he said he's being held down and he hasn't had a chance to be on Raw and SmackDown.
Oh, that was a promo. That was a work. That wasn't real.
Yeah, but then in real life he did ask Vince behind the scenes to be released, and then said no because he didn't like his promo.
See, I don't agree with that. I think the whole thing. I think that part about him asking for release is a work. It's a whole part of it, because if he's saying that on the mic, on television, which has to be okayed ahead of time, of course, to further the storyline, you're gonna put it on Twitter. Hey guys, I actually asked for my release, but Vince told me no. I can't see him being put on TV, putting himself on that spot where he's actually putting down the company, and then he's going to go ask for his release. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's all part of the storyline.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that he actually asked for his release. I think he's been saying, okay, put a tweet out saying you asked for a release. I told you no, and then we'll continue the storyline.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too. But I mean, hey, I'm excited for the Royal Rumble. I'm sure everybody else is.
My favorite one of the year. I like Royal Rumble over WrestleMania.
Yeah,
always have. I actually went took a buddy of mine. In fact, Roger knows who. Scorekeeper knows who he is. Jesse. I took him for his birthday. We drove to San Jose for the Royal Rumble, and that was the Royal Rumble year. You were probably very young, Speedy, but it was the year that Eddie Guerrero, Hardcore Holly, and Chris Benoit came out like the first four, and they chopped the hell out of Daniel Puder.
Yeah,
I was there for that. I was in.
Oh, you were?
Yes, that's the Royal Rumble because I was in San Jose. So yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Nice.
So far, I've been to a Royal Rumble, WrestleMania. I'm trying to remember, Survivor Series or SummerSlam. I think it was SummerSlam. So I've been to 3 of the big 4.
Nice.
And
what do you think about the talk about that Steve Austin and The Undertaker could possibly make Royal Rumble appearances?
Undertaker maybe, but not Austin. Austin has no, he has said that so many times over the last 3-4 years. He has absolutely no desire to get in the ring, to wrestle. He said he'll come in every so often to do a promo and shoot the shit and maybe give a stunner to a couple people. but he has no desire to get in a wrestle. He said he got that out of his system. He said it took him like 15 years to get it out of his system, not to get back in the ring. So, yeah, no, we won't see him.
No, he's probably just going to come in to hype up WrestleMania and stuff like that.
I don't even think we'll see him for that. I think he maybe hype up like maybe one of his podcasts he does right afterwards.
Yeah,
Maybe to talk about that, but I don't see him hyping. I mean, it seems like they're getting away from all that. Him and The Rock, you know, they've been talk for 2 years now that The Rock's going to come in and fight Roman Reigns. I don't see that happening. Rock is too busy, or excuse me, it's not even The Rock anymore. It's Dwayne Johnson is too busy making movies.
exactly.
You know, over the last, I think, what, three years, he's been the number one paid actor in Hollywood. And I was just reading somewhere that now his net worth is something like $450 million. So, yeah, he's got no reason to go back to wrestling.
Right, yeah. And I'm sure people were confused last week when they said Aaliyah's going to wrestle tonight because, as I mentioned earlier, Michael Cole is starting to forget a lot of the things, even with the notes he has in front of him. Shows what an idiot he is by just telling the world, Aaliyah's wrestling tonight, and everybody thought, oh, we're going to see Rey Mysterio's daughter. No. This is a different Aaliyah.
Yeah,
she's from Canada. She's a Canadian wrestler.
Yeah.
And she was on NXT for a while. But this is the other problem with NXT. They're moving people up too fast to the main roster, which is why NXT is falling flat. And Vince now realizes they made a mistake in calling it 2.0 and that there's not enough people to fill spots now. Why? Because you moved everybody up to the main roster for Raw and SmackDown.
Or fired them.
Or that too, or the releases.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put Aaliyah into a big, oh my God, the women's ranks in NXT are going to fall apart because Aaliyah left. She wasn't anything in NXT. They're moving her up because she's cute. I see her wrestling maybe a year, and then she'll be an announcer. I don't see her as a wrestler, and you know they're gonna give her a little bit of a feud with Natalya because she lost to Natalya or Natalya lost to her in 3.17 seconds, whatever the hell it was, you know. So I didn't see the match. I think they were supposed to wrestle yesterday, or did they wrestle yesterday? Or is it supposed to be next week?
Next week.
Oh, next week they're wrestling. I thought it was
yesterday. On the Go Home show before the Royal Rumble. But the other thing, I mean, Edge and Lita, well, Edge and Beth Phoenix, excuse me.
Yeah.
Again, Miz and Maurice at the Rumble. That looks like it's going to be very, very good. Especially with Maurice using a brick on Raw in her purse. That was great. But in between that, we'll see who the Royal Rumble participants are.
Well, of course, they're going to naturally keep 3 or 4 men's spots open. That's the supposed, surprise ones. But back to the Maurice, Miz, and Beth Phoenix and Edge. I don't know why they have Maurice not wrestle. When she was wrestling, when she was the champ, she did get the championship. She was a decent wrestler.
Yeah.
And when she wrestled against John Cena and one of the Bellas, in that intergender match a couple of years ago, she sucked. She didn't do any wrestling moves whatsoever. And I'm kind of expecting the same thing again, at the Rumble. Why they don't use her for her skills? I mean, like I said, she can't wrestle. So I don't know why they have her in such a cowarding type of character, the way she's doing it. And of course, it's going to be the men that are going to put on the show. It's going to be Edge and Miz. But to me, I don't know why Maurice agrees to come on just to not do anything. You know, if she's going to be in the ring, let her wrestle. She knows how to wrestle.
Yeah, she does. She knows what to do. She knows how to do it. But they won't give her that opportunity to actually wrestle. They're just like, here, just stand up here and we'll sporadically have you get tagged in by the Miz.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying, why would she agree to it? I mean, if she knows how to wrestle, it's not like she's hurting for money because Miz has got the money. You know,
Right.
they have the TV show on E. You know,
Yeah,
it's
they
not
do.
like she has to get in the ring. To me, it'd be, if I was her, I'd be like, okay, I'll do it, yeah, and I'll drop the loss. You know, I have no problem dropping the match to them, but I want to do some moves. You know, I want to wrestle.
Yeah. But the thing I'm waiting for is for the Women's Royal Rumble, because Charlotte Flair has been tweeting and making promos to everyone, and then last week on SmackDown, she got in the face of Lita, saying that she only had a short career run, and then Lita, of course, made her pay for it. And there's also Oscar. She's been talking about her, talking trash to her, Becky Lynch. So I think when the Women's Royal Rumble, I think everyone is going to beat the crap out of Charlotte.
Well,
She's been so many enemies on both brands.
Well, the thing with her though is she's doing the tweeting and talking trash because she says she's going to win it herself, and
Yeah,
then she's going to choose. So yeah, you could see. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The storylines are so transparent; you can see what's coming. You know,
exactly.
she's talking shit, so when she gets in the ring, everybody's going to get in there and they're going to throw her out.
But
You
why
know,
would they do this at Survivor Series when they had her become the champion? So now she's going into the Rumble as champion. Charlotte Flair has the belt.
yeah, and
The point of this is to actually become the champion. That's why you get in the Rumble in the first place.
no, the point of it is to win the Rumble so you have a chance at the championship. You don't win the
Yeah,
championship.
but she's the SmackDown Women's Champion. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so she wins, and what's to say she doesn't challenge Becky? Unify the titles. There you go. Just
Yeah,
because you're the champ, there's two champs. So what's to say I'm gonna win so I can challenge the other champ? You know, or as she said, I'm gonna win and I get to choose who I challenge. You know, it's just like in New Japan when Okada was champ, he was in those tournaments. That if he won the tournament, you know, whoever wins that tournament gets a shot at the champion. Well, he was in the tournament. So at that point, you get to choose your opponent. But of course, in New Japan, it's different. You actually choose a worthy opponent. You know, so it's not like it hasn't been done before.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what my next point was going to be. Is that I know it's not just me. I know a lot of people are worried about this because we all remember when they did, in 2010, actually unify the women's tag team titles. What did they do with that? Do you remember what they did with that?
I don't even remember there being women's tag team titles.
They went and put stupid butterflies on the Divas title. Then they did
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
the purple line with the tag team titles. And none of the women were in favor of it. They were like, Vince, we don't really like these colors. We want real championship belts like the guys. But you won't give us that.
All the while they were doing panties and bikini matches. Yeah. That's why, because they were doing bra and panties matches and bikini matches. That's why he put the title like that. And they changed it. I mean, they changed it later.
Yeah.
Forgive me, let me interrupt. Aisha asked if we were running late. Said, nope, Aisha, we're just doing what we normally do.
Exactly.
In a while, when we have material to talk about, we continue talking about it. It's not a stupid question, Aisha, but we are the depends of the internet.
Depends. I see what you did there.
Yeah, we carry more water than the average retiree.
And I'm the youngest guy in this show, so I don't need to worry about wearing those.
And speaking of water, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
And it's kind of strange every time you go on pause, or if the Almighty goes on pause, or even you, Big Dog. Well, I've seen Scorekeeper's face 3 different times when you guys stop your cameras. I thought you guys were going to change that. So,
That's him.
I guess.
how did Almighty get Scorekeeper's picture when you stop your camera?
Same way as mine. He puts it.
Well, I know for me, that doesn't happen.
That's because he hasn't changed yours yet.
I think it's because Big Dog and I have
Administration
control. Yeah,
That's what I was thinking too.
Have control of the bridge, or can gain control of the bridge.
Right.
First thing I can think of, because I know that. But you're right.
Well, he did tell you that earlier. Remember, he said, "Almighty, you're in charge of the ship now," or something like that.
Yeah. But he did. But I'm just saying that. Yeah, you got to set up so next time that if Big Dog or I or both of us host a show and he's not around, we'll be able to get in.
Yeah. And finally,
have you?
Were you able? Well, you probably went to bed already, Big Dog. But I'm sure you can look this up on YouTube about the TV debut last night on Rampage for AEW's newest guy, Hook. AEW got me hooked. Thanks for that. That was great last night.
He's been on for the last month and a half. What are you talking about? He's been having matches.
But I haven't had time to see him actually wrestle.
Oh, yeah. No, he didn't make his debut yesterday. He made his debut 3-4 months ago, and is actually in a little bit of a feud with I forgot who. But yeah, they're pushing him. They're pushing him because he's Taz's kid.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I haven't really seen any wrestling from him.
No.
He does a lot of physical, just pounding the guy down.
Yeah.
I want to see. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw Taz wrestle before WWE. Of course, he sucked in WWE. Taz could wrestle.
Yeah, he could.
Taz is a technical wrestler, so I would like to see some of that from his son.
I would too. I would like to see him, because his son did kind of, give that choking maneuver last night, which kind of looked like from Taz's ECW days.
Yeah, the Taz mission, yeah. But I want to see some actual. I mean, I'm not talking about submission moves. I'm talking about actual wrestling, because Taz could wrestle. Taz could technically wrestle. I haven't seen any. I want to see the suplexes. I want to see the go behinds.
Yeah,
the headlocks and all that stuff. You don't see that from Hook yet. I mean, true, he's young. I think he's only 19, 20 years old.
Yeah,
a young kid, and could possibly have a bright future ahead of him. But it is what it is. I mean, they push him on Rampage. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah, but TBS. I wish they would have stayed on TNT, because TBS, they went back to their 80s, 90s model of, well, we have children watching us, so we can't say this anymore, which is why they chopped out the F-bomb from Moxley himself when he did his promo on Wednesday. And I went, well, why would you even air that then if you're going to edit it out? Tony Khan didn't have a problem with it. He said.
Go ahead. He said what?
Tony Khan wanted the network, TBS, to let things alone, because Tony wants to be very, very different from the mindset of Vince McMahon, where Vince McMahon is like, bleep, 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 and bleep. You can't actually say the word.
You have to remember. Okay.
Like I said, TBS still has that problem where they think in their minds, oh, it's after 10 o'clock, we have children watching us. Well, then again, it's a Friday night. So maybe they are watching, I don't know.
You have to remember, first of all, that Vince McMahon has no say so in the bleeping. That is the network. So and for it to be PG-13 for the sponsors, they don't allow it. It's not Vince. Remember, Vince came up with the Attitude Era. You can't tell me Vince is saying, "Oh, we don't want to hear cussing anymore."
No, I'm talking about AEW for Wednesday.
I understand, but you just said Vince doesn't want cussing. It's not Vince. It's the networks. And the second thing is Rampage is on TNT.
Yeah,
AEW's regular Dynamite is on TBS.
TBS. Yeah,
So last night, or when he cussed the other day, it was live on the 5 o'clock showing. They did it live because they don't have the edit. But at night, first of all, you can't Scorekeeper, help me out. Who's the guy that govern television? What's their thing?
The
FCC?
Yes,
yeah.
the FCC. Thank you.
and all that.
The FCC does not allow you to say the word fuck. You cannot say fuck on TV. Period. You can say son of a bitch, asshole, bitch, but you can't say fuck. That's why they cut it. It's not because the sponsors wouldn't like it or anything, or because kids were watching. It's because you can't say. FCC will not allow you to say fuck. If you say fuck and you know it, you're getting fined millions of dollars. So
Yeah,
so it wasn't that the kids are watching because they say son of a bitch, you're an ass, you're an asshole. They say all the other stuff,
yeah,
so whatever's allowed they say it. What's not allowed, they have to cut. And what Mox said is not allowed. And I bet you trust me, Mox was talked about. They talked to them later and say, hey, you can say what you want, but you can't say this, and you already know that. One warning.
yeah.
So
And I'm kind of disappointed now because back in October, I should have taken a picture with Mercedes Martinez, but as a result of what happened 2 weeks ago on Dynamite, I know that's not going to happen now.
What?
Because we found out it was her that attacked Thunder Rosa.
I know. They still do indie shows. Look at Malachi Black and Brody King and the Bucks and Cody Rhodes, amongst others, showed up to bar wrestling. They showed up to PW. They showed up to PWE. Not this one that they just had, but the previous one. Malachi Black showed up and took everyone out. So they're there at indie shows. Remember, you're allowed. AEW allows you to go to indie shows as long as those indie shows aren't on national television.
Yeah.
So, like your APW, they could show up there as long as they get paid, of course, but they can show up. You can see Jungle Boy there. He's been there before.
Yeah.
Jungle Boy has shown up to PWG and to bar wrestling over the last 6 months or so. So you can still see Mercedes Martinez.
But because of COVID going around, the promotions up here, they won't be having any shows. So lucky for everybody at bar wrestling and PWG, but up here, no.
Well, PWG had theirs. PCW Ultra was going to have their big 3-year anniversary one. They just postponed that, which sucks.
Yeah,
I was going to that one. PWG hasn't announced their next show, and a lot of the local indie ones, the smaller ones, the Santino brothers hold one down here in Highland Park, like once a month, and I think this one's going to be a big one because they're announcing the Lucha Bros.
Yeah.
They're announcing what's his face? God damn it, Moxley's tag team partner. The one that's kind of getting into it with Jericho right now. Yeah.
Oh, crap. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's going to be there, and a couple of female wrestlers are going to be there. So they're still doing them, but I'm waiting for the hammer to come down on that too. Although the numbers here in SoCal have been getting a little bit better. There's not as many cases, but they're still, of course, being very cautious.
Yeah, and most of the world media around the world has been saying that February 13th is going to be the last day we don't have to worry about the mask anymore. And I'm like, well,
That's not going to happen. Did they say what year?
Wait a minute. When? What was that?
they said mid-February, no
Who's
one
they?
will have to worry about the mask anymore.
Okay,
Who's they?
well,
Who's they?
I'm not going to attack him on they this
No,
time.
no, because he
but
says he read
I've
it. So I'm
heard
just
a
saying.
lot of that too. Look,
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
but no. But here's the funny thing. Okay, did you guys even watch last year or the year before? So anyway, not you guys.
Yeah, I
these
know what you- I
people
know
that
what you're
are making
saying,
the declaration. Okay. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to say it carefully. Department of Public Health says, and this was earlier in the month, we'll be done with this one by the middle of February. I laughed at the lower echelon. These were administrators, non-doctors talking. So I'm like, okay, fine. And then I also heard from someone else, by the end of January. Who the, who are these people? So, Big Dog, I will tell you right now, there's a lot of blogosphere BS. Even though I heard it from the departmental representatives, I immediately said, well, you're not a doctor. And you're not in the decision making, so whatever.
Well, and that's why I added when he said February 13th. That's why I said of what year, because it's not going to be damn this
Yeah.
year.
Thank you, Aisha. Yeah, I wish I could say that one right now. Oh, right now, folks, if you want the business perspective, we're looking at possibly the end of April, things lightening up. So the business community is looking to the end of April. What
How
are
are
we?
How are
We're
things over
just
there, Almighty?
What's that?
How are things over there as far as the COVID numbers and so on and so forth? And
we're out of control over here in California.
Our numbers are in some counties that are in the state are surging too, but there still is no mask mandate,
okay,
except for if you go into a health facility, of course. But
okay,
most stores it's optional.
okay.
We haven't been. We're still. We still got but we don't have any mandates like we had last time in 2020 summer. So I don't know how long that's going to last, but we're big. Our numbers are going up too, but they seem to be leveling off in some places, but they're still high. Our hospitals are getting overcrowded, and plus, with healthcare workers not getting that don't get vaccinated, they're being let go. So
Yeah.
that's even causing more of a strain.
I think
And I guess
over here, too.
that's countrywide. I would imagine. I don't think
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
so. I mean, it's not. So I guess for us, we don't have a mandate for a mask, and so everything else is probably the same as any place else.
We do have a mandate here in the Southern California counties. In Riverside, where you're at, Big. It's
Yeah. They went with it also. It took a
Yeah.
while. They usually Riverside kicks in about a month after LA County.
But you also got to remember this is election year for governor. So
Yep,
That is true.
Yeah, you got to watch out for a lot of people, folks. Fortunately, as someone who is receiving training on this, what we have learned about the Omicron strain is I talked about on another episode where it had 25 mutations in ways that it should not have had, but it did. But we're finding out, thank goodness, that this one does not directly attack the lungs, whereas the others did. And that's why it was severe breathing problems for many people. Is it still attacking the human system? Yes, but not in the same manner as the other variants. So a lot of people are thinking, oh, well, all the others attack the lungs. This one is less so. Again, listen to what I'm saying. Less so. They're saying, oh, well, this one's going to die quicker than all the others. Yeah, whatever. Big Dog, go ahead.
Since you're getting training on this stuff, isn't there I kind of heard, but I haven't really paid attention. I've been doing a lot of other things and keeping my mind busy. But that there's a new variant again, a French variant or something or other.
It's right there from the in that triangle right there.
Yeah.
Belgium, Netherlands, and France. that's one. There's still yet another one already following that one, but they haven't declared that one yet. But yeah, we knew of the French variant about almost a month ago.
Yeah.
But the Omicron one is the one that's surging around the world right now. Aisha says that the COVID numbers over there are dropping, but the doctors are warning of upcoming flu problems
Okay.
and other winter ills. Yeah. And of course, yeah.
And not to get a little somber, but I don't know if you mentioned it earlier, but since we are an older crew, except for Speedy, of course, we lost a great singer yesterday.
No, I did not.
Meatloaf unfortunately passed away. I didn't realize he was as old as he was. He was 74, I believe. I didn't believe he was quite that old, but that was a loss. And of course, later, and then a couple hours later, it came out that we lost, of course, comedian Louis Anderson.
Yep.
And he was, I believe, 64?
Something, yeah.
61? Something like that. But he had,
67, I believe.
Yeah,
okay.
it was up.
Yeah, and he had been battling blood cancer for the last few years. So they said he was with his family. Meatloaf, nothing was as far as how he passed, although there's TMZ was reporting that it is possibly COVID related, but there were no confirmations of that.
Yeah.
But we've lost a lot of people in these last couple of weeks, guys. Bob Saget.
It looks like it because there was no foul play, there were no
Yeah.
drugs, there were nothing. The last thing I heard, and you guys will correct me if I'm wrong, is it looks like it was either a heart attack or a stroke.
Yeah. I heard heart attack. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard
attack.
too. But you know, and that's the other reason why the Newark promotion, Newark, California, has canceled their WrestleFest show and their upcoming show that they were supposed to have next weekend because their promoter passed away in his sleep.
Oh, wow.
So I was going to go to that show and do some helping out, but also watch the show. But
so this year, geez, Bob Saget, Louis Anderson,
Betty.
Meatloaf. No, Betty was
Hey,
last
right.
year. Betty was last year. Did Sidney Poitier? Was it this year that he was it, or was it the
Yeah.
very end of last year?
Just
Yeah.
about
So-
I think
So-
that was before, as in between Betty White and Saget, wasn't it?
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, because Betty White made it to like the 30th or 31st, right?
31st, I believe.
Yeah.
Betty
So-
White was
And
the
then
last
and
day
then
of the
Sidney
year.
Poitier, I think, died on like the 2nd, I believe. Yeah, we're already we're only 3 weeks into January. We were lost 4 great stars.
yep,
I mean, geez, people are gonna have to start checking in on Bob Newhart and Dick Van Dyke. Those are the only older ones I can think of that are still around, as far as the golden age of TV.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, I can't think of too many. I can't think of any others other than Dick Van Dyke and Bob Newhart. Scorekeeper Almighty, you guys can think of anybody else? Or
I think there are. It's just we're not pressed for
Yeah.
the moment, or we're pressed at the moment, so we just don't remember. There's still some.
Well,
Look,
I
Betty
guess
White has been in our
Oh, yeah.
lexicon for the last 30 years. She was the biggest one. There was no doubt.
Yep, and every time people started passing and these variants started coming out, well, the first thing that Edwin always said, "Take care of Betty White, bubble wrap Betty White."
yeah, we tried. Well, I of course grew up on Full House, but
Yeah, that was a shock.
My sisters always got a kick out of the fact that I would watch the Sunday night videos, America's Funniest
America's
Videos,
Funniest. Yeah.
and it drove me insane. The dry daddy humor that Bob Saget had. It drove me insane that guy had that job, and I was like, oh, he was very funny doing it. It was obvious that he loved doing it, and he did it for so long. He's a comedian of, God, Bob Saget was, yeah. he was good at making people laugh. He really was.
Did you ever see a stand-up?
Bob Saget? No, I did not. I only saw the videos.
That's what I meant. Did you see that? How his different his stand-up was
Oh
to
my
his
God.
TV
Oh
persona?
my
He
God.
was so filthy.
Yeah.
The first time I saw his stand-up on
It was like, hey, wait.
it was a comedy
Like a
show, and the first time I was like, holy crap. And he just right out of the gate too. I mean, I think right out of the gate he made some sort of reference to the Olsen twins and some sexual stuff, and I was like, holy crap. Okay, this is the way he is away from TV. All right.
Yes, we are, Alicia. We still have William Shatner. Thank you for that.
Unfortunately, it looks like Nichelle is possibly the next one to go. She's not well. Nichelle Nichols. And then, of course, George Takei and Chekhov. Oh, my God. Walter Koenig.
Yeah, there. I couldn't think of it either. Man, I think, what? I knew it was I knew it was Chekhov. I couldn't think of his name. His actual
Those are the only three left, correct?
4 with William Shatner.
I'm sorry, 4. Yeah.
Of the original 7.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's still some others around. Eddie Paskey passed away, who had been on our program a few times. No, wait. Was that? Oh, no, Leslie. Okay, I'm gonna mess up the names now, but we've had several of them that it's a shame now that we had a chance to speak to them and they passed away. It's a bummer. Nice people. Almost all of them were very nice, and yeah, they're just moving on now. All right, folks. Well, we are now at 10:21 a.m. Pacific time. We're doing very well. We're 4 hours in, and we just got another like right now. Thank you, Ross. Thank you from the great state of Utah. Hope all is well with you. All right, what are some of the other stories you also want to get to, gentlemen? Because I am starting to run out of time.
What was his name? Guy from Utah?
Ross.
Oh, okay. Ross or Russ?
Ross. R-O-S-S.
Hi, Ross. Say hi to your 12 wives.
No.
Utah? Mormon?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. We really don't discuss religion, so it's all right. It's all right, Ross. Just don't worry about it. Just consider sports talk with the guys, the idiots that we are. Oh, here we go. As in Betsy. One wife is more than enough. Very good, Ross. Thank you.
Ross knows I was only kidding.
Oh, of course. And that was funny. That was a quick retort. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
He's been on this program before. He knows how we are. That's why just remember it's sports talk with the guys. So it's all good. Any major stories that you guys want to get to? Because there was one, that quarterback. He's already in his 50s. He was a quarterback in the 90s, ex-Alabama. Quarterback was arrested after he allegedly tried to hit people on the sidewalk. Oh my God! This was like Saturday last week.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
crazy. Obviously, he's lost it as well. Absolutely horrible. He hit 2 people with his car, allegedly. And it was in Nashville, Tennessee. So,
like the three of us talked about earlier, me, you, and Almighty racking up those felonies, more jail time.
Yeah. I don't know if he was drunk at the time or not, but
Probably.
Absolutely horrible. Yeah.
Well, really quick with them, since we're 1 week away, or maybe we could save it for next week. Yeah, I guess we'll just save it for next week, Big Dog.
What?
I got one more.
If
you don't mind.
What you think, Big Dog? Who's going to win the men's match and who's going to win the women's match?
Don't care and don't care.
Oh,
The storylines are so bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch it because I always watch it, but it's gonna be more to see who shows up, and hopefully we can have a decent pay-per-view. But as far as the winners are concerned, Vince will screw it over. Vince will screw it one way or the other.
You know what you should actually watch then? You should watch the tag team match that happened. Well, no, it wasn't a tag match. It was just Adam Cole against one of the other guys with Orange Cassidy getting involved. What,
I saw that.
Oh, you saw her go to the table?
Yeah.
That was great.
I was kind of wondering about it because she hit her head pretty good.
Yeah, she did.
So I was wondering if she was actually legit hurt. But
No.
nothing. I didn't see anything written afterwards, so
Yeah,
I think she was just playing it pretty well. But it looks like she overshot the table because she broke the table with pretty much the middle of her back and her ass.
Yeah.
And that's usually where you don't break the table that way. You break the table with your upper back, and you keep your head tucked.
Yeah.
So when she broke it the way she did, her head snapped back, and you could tell her head hit the mat. But hopefully there was enough padding on the mat.
Hopefully. Thank you, Ross. That's that's a nice painting back there of a dog.
Okay, what's the dog?
It's just a picture of a golden retriever back there behind me.
Golden retriever. All right. Lassie. All right.
No, not that kind of golden retriever.
I don't know if she's a
But
golden
Lassie
retriever. I just
was
said
a
Lassie.
collie, wasn't
Yeah,
she?
Lassie's a collie.
That's why I just said it's female.
Come on, Scorekeeper. I thought you knew your dog breed.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the difference between a.
Oh, jeez.
I actually do. But anyway, no,
Right.
I don't. Go ahead, big dog.
No, I was just gonna let Aisha know. Your picks have been put into the put in there, and now I am going to be working on Sergio's picks right now, and then I'll put in mine.
He did post them?
Yes.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you, Sergio, for that. Did Mr. Villacorta post his yet?
No, the only one I have are Sergio and Aisha.
Okay, Peter was the other one, and Thomas, we need his as well. So a little hint and a half. My other buddy, Peter, he is Nerdgasm. So, or Nerdvana, sorry.
No, Nerdgasm. You're right. It was Nerdgasm.
Before we go, should we ask Ross in the chat if he'd like to make some picks?
Go to the post. Ross,
the
go to the
automatic
post.
subtitles must be in astrology. Every time someone says scorekeeper, it comes as scorekeeper. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
And anybody who hasn't made picks that want to make picks, that's listening to the show or going to be listening to the show in the next little bit, you guys have 3 hours to make your picks.
Yeah.
Yep.
First game starts at 1:30.
1:30.
If the game starts, that game will no longer be eligible to be picked.
Okay,
you
fair
have
enough. But I did say, and I'm sorry for interrupting. And
I know
this
you have that one person.
Yeah, he did, and I'm having trouble. I don't know what happened. That's the only one because we have a timestamp on it, which is
I know.
It's great. So I'm looking for it, and I apologize, folks. Oh, maybe you know what? The one I didn't look at was the sports talk with the guys.
Yes.
He sent it to me there via. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at that one right now. Old Yeller was a retriever, wasn't he? I don't know.
I remember the movie.
Old Yeller, yeah, he was a golden retriever. He was a golden
retriever too,
but not Lassie.
No, Lassie was more.
Yeah, we already got past Lassie.
We got past 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Nothing from him on that one right there. So, damn it. All right. Hopefully we'll get the one from him, from Nerdgasm in a little bit. No, it was Nerdvana. It was Nerdvana because that was the name of his football team. And it'll be a case of snooze, you lose if you don't get your picks in. Yes, I do agree. Ross! There it is.
Wow.
Packers, Tampa, and Chiefs. Thank you, young man. Ross, appreciate it. You've played with this in the past, which is really cool.
What are they again? I'll put them in right now. What's
Ross says Ross. R-O-S-S.
Okay, I know.
Bengals.
Okay, hold on. Oh, Bengals?
Yep.
All right, hold on. I got to get to it.
Aw.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Yeah, Ross says that Big Dog and I are her favorite married couple. I'm like, yeah, nah.
Okay, okay, what's the next one?
Packers.
All right. God damn it.
And he also wants Tampa.
Okay. Tampa. Okay, so Buccaneers.
And
if Rams win past Beckham, what? If Rams win past to Beckham to win? The fuck
yes. That's what Almighty said.
That's
Well, if they win, it's going to be a pass to Beckham for the win.
Oh,
get it now.
I have
He
no
wasn't
idea.
there for it. He wasn't there for it.
No, he
Yeah.
wasn't. He was still
No.
on the road.
Yeah.
He was
You're
on the road
driving it.
again.
Okay, what's the last one?
Chiefs.
Wow, he's the only one going for the Chiefs.
Yeah, he is. That is funny. Everyone went. Ross, we're all going for the upset. It's crazy. We're all.
Yep.
We're all going to take the Rams. I don't know why, but we're all going to do it.
Okay, you can
that
keep
is
talking
cool.
about.
I think we all need to get beamed up for that one. There you go, Aisha. Ross, there's my little Bluetooth one. So,
I think it's because we know that Sean McVay got something up his sleeve with the Rams.
the
Hopefully.
Rams have a better defense
Yeah.
than the Chiefs by a long shot. The Rams have got, if those guys are healthy, they're doing well. Rams got those three guys on the line, man. They can be dangerous.
Okay, I didn't see the news, but either late last night, early today, I saw or heard somewhere that the Rams were going to be missing 3 of their key players. I don't know if you guys got that or not, but
No.
I didn't. I think it was on the sports late last night, but I had to leave to take Kathy to work, so I didn't catch who was out. So I don't know if you guys had gotten that information or not.
I don't see anything about that here.
Oh, Sergio's taking the Chiefs also, so Ross isn't alone.
Ross is always alone. He's a man that stands on his own. So thank you, Sergio. Appreciate that.
All right.
I really did not hear anything for the Rams on that one, but I'm not saying it wasn't there. Let me see.
Let's see. Rams injury report.
Come on, Rams. Come on, man. Yeah, I'm going to the NFL one to check the insight as well.
Right.
Under insights.
Mm.
Yes, she says, you all know what happens when this crew all pick the same team. So jumping ship might be a good thing, yes.
Yeah.
I don't have anything for
Okay, it says here that tackle Andrew Whitworth, his knee, Taylor Rapp with a concussion, that they will be out versus the Buccaneers.
Oh, those two guys? Nah, I'm still good with it.
It says team also designated running back. Okay, they're returning from injury reserve. Never mind. So those 2 guys are out. But
the tackle is significant, but nah.
And this was as of Friday at 6:00 at night. So I'm not sure what else.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. This is from SB Nation. Whitworth, Rapp, and Jones out for divisional round. Let me see. Says Nick Scott and Terrell Burgess will start at safety, and that Joseph Noteboom is next man up at LT.
Yeah, left tackle.
Yeah.
Okay. Almighty.
Yeah.
You wanted to say something.
I had one more article here. Browns defensive tackle Malik McDowell arrested for public exposure assaulting an officer.
Pendejo.
So Cleveland Browns defensive tackle Malik McDowell was arrested in Deerfield Beach, Florida on Monday after police says he walked naked into a children's learning center and violently attacked a deputy.
Ooh.
According to police, surveillance footage shows McDowell, 25, walking naked onto a learning center property while classes were in session. Details about the assault on the deputy aren't available, but the police report says it was a violent attack that left the deputy dazed. And court records viewed by local station WPLG shows that McDowell is being charged with aggravated battery of an officer resisting arrest and exposing his sexual organs in public. Not to say that there are going to be more charges because he exposed himself to children,
That's exactly what I was thinking.
and he will probably end up on a sex offender
Offenders
registry.
list. Yep.
So I think there's more charges to come because this is going to be a felony.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sounds like what he's being charged with. I mean, I guess the assault might be a felony as well, but the exposure thing just sounds like I don't know if it's a felony or not in Florida, but it sounds like a misdemeanor right now. But that's going to go up and probably go federal. And so his football career is probably, I mean, if this all pans out like it should, if his career is probably over because he'll be doing jail time and they're not going to let a sex offender play in the NFL. But this is a long way down the road. We still have the parents to file lawsuits against Malik and probably even sue the school system for allowing this man somehow to get on the property and traumatizing these kids. So this may be a 2 to 3 year process.
Mm.
But that was the first one I think of this week, and then things just kept going with the drunken driving. I think there's one more too, but it just seems like
There's a lot.
all these players it just seems like it's that time of year again when the season ends for certain players and they're set loose. They go bonkers. I don't know what it is, and it's early. I think it's come a little bit early this year because I think last year we at least got through the Super Bowl before we had to start talking about other players being in trouble with the law and everything. But it just seems like every off season there's just a plethora of players that get in trouble. Had to use Roger's favorite word there.
Oh, well, no. Hey, in all respect and deference, remember, folks, plethora is what?
I was gonna say your favorite. That's not your favorite. Your favorite word is inside source, but we'll just go.
That's a phrase, which there's a lot of history to that one. No. As a matter of fact, Mr. D.A. Roberts used that word plethora to quote the movie from the Three Amigos. Remember, it's right in there, and he has the accent down of the guy telling the boss, and it's really funny. But yeah, I said that's a DA verse word, the plethora, which is really good. But speaking of along those lines on the plethora, he has no one to blame but himself. The NFL moves to dismiss John Gruden's lawsuit. Don't know if you heard about that this week,
Yep.
But they went for the kill in the motion. They said this is a baseless attempt to blame the NFL. Gruden does not and cannot dispute that he wrote the published emails. He does not and cannot dispute that he sent those emails to multiple parties. Nor does he claim that they were somehow altered or edited and that the Republican views espoused in them were not, in fact, expressed by them. So he says there's no reason to go after us. As you know, he is suing the NFL because they're saying it was a character assassination. They released the emails. Because we know that these emails are over a 10-year period. It is interesting that they never got out, and while all the stuff was going on with the Washington football team, there they did get out. So if you go by timing alone, Gruden does and should have his day in court, but is there merit? That will be the thing to determine. And the NFL is asking, there is no merit to this. He wrote them. He's the one that did. He can't deny them. They've never been edited. He did it. He's going to live by it. We're not responsible. He shouldn't have an expectation of privacy. I don't believe the NFL will get the motion or the lawsuit thrown out. Because if you look at the timing and the argument that Gruden's team will make is, okay, so be it. But this is over a 10-year period and they were never released until the NFL got in trouble with the Washington football team. So I believe it's going to proceed further. It won't be thrown out on that. Could it be thrown out on something else? Sure. But on that nature, no. But what it does say is Gruden will never have a job in the NFL again. Yeah, I think he is done in the NFL. Maybe. Oh, what?
About 5 years. 5-6 years. Same thing like last time. He was out for 10 years and came back. Same thing. No recycle him.
I don't know what you mean by he was out. He went into the booth. He never left the NFL.
Yeah,
But he wasn't a coach, is what I'm saying.
Wow,
You're saying he'll
okay.
never. Are you saying he'll never work in the NFL, or he'll never coach again in the NFL? There's a difference.
I believe he will not be in the NFL again.
Oh,
Video, broadcaster. I think even less so. But based on what the NFL has said about this, yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be in the NFL again as a coach. Much less executive, much less scout. I think he's done with what the NFL posted in this. They said, "Hey, nope, you said it. It's done." Wow.
I don't take. That's fine. I don't quite agree. Like I said, about 3, 4, 5 years from now, he'll have done his touchy feely classes and see his therapist, and they'll give him all the okay. And then the NFL, of course, will say, "Okay, we'll give you a second chance." Just my opinion.
Okay. It was misogynist. He went after.
I know exactly what he did. I'm not saying he didn't do them.
Dude.
I'm just saying that if he goes see a therapist and he does all his classes and his anger management and his this class and his that class and it passes him, and all the therapists and all the doctors say he's not that man anymore, you don't give him a second chance?
No, because of the totality of everything. He went after everyone, dude.
Okay.
And
It's not like we haven't seen it happen before.
to the extent, misogynist, sexist. He went after minorities, and then he went after questioning the intelligence level.
That's fine. I'm not.
No, is there anyone that comes to mind that you say of the same level of Gruden?
All I'm saying is that there's been plenty of second and third and fourth and fifth chances given out to tons of people throughout sports.
But usually for one thing.
It's just my opinion. You don't need to come after me. Jesus.
I'm not coming after you.
You are so coming after me. I'm just stating, I let you state your opinion. I have a difference of opinion. I have no problem with your opinion. You seem to have a problem with mine.
No, you actually disagreed. You said no, he will come back. You see him coming back in 5 years. So that's it.
In my
him coming back?
In my opinion, I see him coming back. But I've just left it at that. You're just going after it.
Rawr, 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 rawr. There goes the big dog. He's growling at him.
This is the odd couple here, ladies and gentlemen. Sports Talk with the guys.
No, there is no odd couple.
No, we're like an old married couple. We are.
We are not.
We've known each other for yes, we are, Raj. You may not want it. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's like the grumpy old man.
Married couple. We forever fighting, but we still love each other. So that's all there is to it.
Grumpy old man.
I'm not sure what that means. Is this handbags at 10 paces? Oh, the handbag. Okay, I got it. Maybe. It could be. It could very well be. All right, Almighty, you got that one. Big Dog, do you have another story?
Nope.
Okay, Speedy?
No, I think that about covers it.
All right.
Actually, I have a question for you, though. I'm sorry. Scorekeeper. What's happening with the baseball? What's happening in baseball as far as the negotiations?
Oh, yes. We didn't talk
Still
about
waiting,
that
or what's going on?
I could just be sarcastic and say, read the news. But no. The Major League Baseball Players Association, it was either yesterday or the day before, are going to answer the Major League Baseball owners' offer. Okay. And it's going to be early next week. And that's what we know right now. So they're talking
in your humble
missives.
In your humble opinion as the sports baseball guru, will we have a delay in the start of the season?
Today, right now, no. We still have time. I think Almighty and I talked about this very briefly, where we were like, no, we're looking at it starts to get serious in February because there are, pitchers and catchers report a week before. So about the 15th, everyone reports. So those are the magic days. If they're a week behind, no, I don't see a delay. So,
but yeah, they'll probably report right after the Super Bowl, or that week, probably. Right? I mean, everybody by
They're
that
supposed
time.
to.
Yes, actually,
And then
that
so
is.
that's when the clock starts ticking.
Okay.
Unless Roger thinks it has to start ticking right at the beginning of February.
No. Well, you start getting serious, but no. I agree. The way the calendar is looking, everyone has to report the day after the Super Bowl. Pitchers and catchers would report around the 7th and 8th. So it's right there.
Because after that, you start losing serious spring training time.
Yeah, because generally you get 2 weeks with everyone, the last 2 weeks of February. And then March, you get games.
Yeah,
And pitchers and catchers are a week before.
you start the spring season games, and then April you start the season. So
Yeah, it's actually March 31st.
it starts the last day of March.
Yeah, that's opening day.
Okay,
So
well,
we'll see. Thank you,
pretty-
Aisha.
Bye,
Thank you.
Aisha.
Yeah, we're just about done here. We're just
Bye.
talking.
Have a good
Hope-
day.
Hope your mom's doing better.
Yeah, thank you for
And-
joining us, Aisha.
And of course, say hi to the Queen. Do a little curtsy for us.
So,
Aisha, are we ever going to get video on you doing the curtsy?
No
Oh my
videos allowed for
gosh.
that. Sorry.
and
The
keep,
Queen doesn't allow it.
keep Prince
Right.
Andrew out of your house.
Definitely.
So, yeah. So they start in March.
Okay, so there it is. Very good. The Olympics. Apparently, China will not be selling tickets to the Olympics to the general public. That's done. That was as of the 17th. And then
So
on
just
the
friends and
20th
family, or what?
No, it's going to be like what happened in Japan. No one's going to the public events. And on the 20th, NBC announced that they're not going to send announcers to the games. So they're going to do it via video, I guess.
I don't know if you guys
What?
know this. In the NBA, a lot of the teams when they're traveling, I know the Lakers are doing it. Stu Lance and McDonald, they actually broadcast from the booth here in Los Angeles. So they get the feed in and they do the play-by-play over the phone, I guess.
Yeah, you had told us that in the past. So the crew, yeah, we're familiar with that. But Aisha, yes, anime. Are you kidding? Yeah, we're yeah. It would fit in with this audience.
You think she'd be mad if we high-fived
the
her
snow.
instead?
Say what?
Think the Queen would be mad if we high-fived her?
The Queen might have been high-fived by kids and stuff. Maybe
I
some
doubt.
sports
I
athletes.
doubt. If they were born and raised in Britain, no, no, I know there's no high fives there.
I can't argue that, but she does deal with the international audience from time to time.
Well, I mean, it's funny that you guys are talking about that with Aisha because, and how you're thinking about the announcers. CBS is not thinking they're announcers after all to the Olympics
NBC.
because here in California, here in California, we were supposed to have one of our good pastor friends from Canada come up here to some of the churches, but the problem with COVID is that if he came over here from Canada to visit some of the churches, his plane ticket would not be refunded, which means he would then be stranded here for however many long. We all know what happened with 2020. So we can't, most of the churches with him, we canceled all the events that we were going to have next weekend, actually, because we didn't want to risk him getting stuck here and leaving his family in Canada.
Is that because Canada won't allow him back, or what?
Yeah. They said if you go to California for your annual trip, we will not refund your plane ticket and you will be stranded there because of the COVID strain here in Canada. So go figure.
Wouldn't he just have to confine himself? And then, because I know that's what they do. I'm not sure in Canada, but I know like when you fly here from the States from like say Europe and you fly back, they put you have to confine yourself for 10 days or 14 days or whatever. I thought they would do the same with Canada, but I guess not.
No, because
It's the different levels of response. I believe Canada has stated right now, travel to these places, it's a no-go. If you go, you're on your own. Kind of like what the United States did to a lot. Remember, there was no one coming in from Europe for like 600 days.
Yeah.
It was, so I believe Canada's done something like that. And you would think he could get around it, but being that this pastor declared that he was going to do that, Canada's like, yeah, it's not going to happen.
yeah, because like there's a YouTube channel where this couple actually turned their van into a home, and they're from Canada. So when 2020 happened, they had to go immediately back to Montreal. It was either that or they were stuck here for the remainder of however long this thing was going to last. So they had to go back home, and they ended up leaving their van at one of the airports so that way they could fly back home to Montreal since they're Canadians, and they made the very last flight. I checked it out on the YouTube channel when 2020 happened, and they barely made it. Because the government in Canada was like, we will pay for your flights to come here if you're a resident of Canada, but if you leave, wherever you're at, that's where you're stuck, and you will be stranded there.
I know that I would be stranded. Almighty and Big Dog wouldn't because they don't announce their plans. I mean, if I'm going to the store, I announce my plans. I
That's
would
so
be
very, very
stranded.
true.
Yeah. We just sneak around so we don't get stranded anywhere.
You guys sneak around. You guys just don't talk about it. You know?
Yeah, because for me, I'm like, I wonder where Roger's at. Let me check Facebook. Oh, he's here. He's at this restaurant. Oh, okay.
Yeah. At this ballpark or
Yep.
or at this brothel.
Although that picture from Anaheim Stadium with that weather pattern moving in, that was a bitchin' shot, man. It did look like Independence Day.
A couple times I'll see his dad. I'm like, oh, little shit was 10 minutes away from me. Okay, no problem.
Oh.
Yeah, that was on Saturday.
I know. Yeah, I'm referring to that. And then time you were in Eastvale, and then the time you were in Eastvale, that's 15 minutes for me.
Okay, well, I want to go see a movie over there. Yes.
Scorekeeper immediately was like, yeah.
Hold on. On Saturday, I picked up my brother in Anaheim, and we took the 91 to the 215 all the way up to Lone Pine. So, yes, I did. I passed by him, and I was thinking, hey, Big Dog, you want to go to Lone Pine with us? But I was like, yeah, it's last minute. I'm like, I got my brother. I'm like, we'll see how it goes with my brother. He's in Noriega.
Big Dog has never had a problem with last minute stuff, right?
No, not him. My brother. And everything turned out real well with my brother.
I'm glad you had a good time with your brother. You guys
it was just the two of us. It really was. Not meaning to be a dumb bastard, but I felt he was like a little puppy getting out. That's the impression I got. He was really excited and very happy to get out.
What I would love to see is you would put a dash cam on the inside of the car and have you, your brother, and your two sisters, and go on a day trip somewhere.
Okay, did you notice?
That to me would be fun.
Okay, as he was describing it, I was.
You knew what was coming.
And no, I didn't.
Oh,
but the minute you said my sisters, I went from to that. That was the original plan. It's not happening.
A nice 4-hour drive somewhere.
There will 3 people will be missing, and the other person will be hurt in a car wreck. Survivor. Whoever was driving has the airbag.
Scorekeepers, you're. I don't know what's going on with you.
Yeah, you're freezing.
You're frozen and you're glitching like crazy.
Yeah.
There you are. Now you're back.
Yeah. There's a problem with my internet right now. I see it.
So what were you saying about your sisters now, or what were you saying?
I said if all 4 of us did a 4-hour trip, 3 of us would be dead, and whoever's driving would be alive because the airbag would have gone off. So if all 4 of us go somewhere, 3 are dead. So it's all good. Okay, folks, we're at 5 hours. My appointments are going to begin soon. I'm done. Any last words?
Well, everybody have a safe week. Stay safe.
A lot of games coming up.
And enjoy the football.
Take care,
Yeah.
everyone.
And make sure you lose the games that you pick differently from me.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh no! Don't even, Ross. Don't even. We don't need it because that means it'll be worse for all of us. That means there's a chance of all four dying. Oh, Tony, no, you're all right, man. I appreciate it. Big Dog, take us away. Tony, thank you for being with us. Of course, Speedy, we missed you. Almighty, thank you. Big Dog, thank you as well. Big Dog, take us away, please.
All right, guys. As usual, you know what? Have a great time. Enjoy all your sports. Don't drink and drive. You decide to drink. Don't drive. Call a friend. Call a Uber. Call a Lyft. Call somebody. Just don't get behind that wheel. Be safe, everyone.
Otherwise, you get a felony. Take care, everyone.
Well, I don't care about that. I don't want no one to get killed. I don't care if you get a felony.
Yeah, Big Dog's been doing that from the very first program.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no proof of the very first program, so you have to believe us. We'll see you
That's
guys.
true.
Peace.
Later.